Section 17 of the Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jerry James. The Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Enchanted Head. Once upon a time, an old woman lived in a small cottage near the sea with her two daughters. They were very poor, and the girls seldom left the house, as they worked all day long making veils for the ladies to wear over their faces. And every morning, when the veils were finished, the other took them over the bridge and sold them in the city. Then she bought food that they needed for the day and returned home to do her share of the veil making. One morning, the old woman rose even earlier than usual and set off for the city with her wares. She was just crossing the bridge when suddenly she knocked up against a human head, which she had never seen there before. The woman started back in horror, but what was her surprise when the head spoke, exactly as if it had a body joined to it. "Take me with you, good mother," it said imploringly. "Take me with you back to your house." At the sound of these words, the poor woman nearly went mad with terror. Have that horrible thing always at home? Never, never! And she turned back and ran as fast as she could, not knowing that the head was jumping, dancing, and rolling after her. But when she reached her own door, it bounded in before her and stopped in front of the fire, begging and praying to be allowed to stay. All that day there was no food in the house, for the veils had not been sold, and they had no money to buy anything with. So they all sat silent at their work, inwardly cursing the head which was the cause of their misfortunes. When evening came, and there was no sign of supper, the head spoke for the first time that day. "Good mother, does no one ever eat here? During all the hours I have spent in your house, not a creature has touched anything." "No," answered the old woman, "we are not eating anything." "And why not, good mother?" "Because we have no money to buy any food." "Is it your custom never to eat?" "No, for every morning I go into the city to sell my veils, and with the few shillings I get for them I buy all we want. Today I did not cross the bridge, so of course I had nothing for food." "Then I am the cause of your having gone hungry all day?" asked the head. "Yes, you are," answered the old woman. "Well then, I will give you money and plenty of it, if only you will do as I tell you. In an hour, as the clock strikes 12, you must be on the bridge at the place where you met me. When you get there, call out 'Ahmed' 3 times, as loud as you can. Then a Negro will appear, and you must say to him, 'The head, your master, desires you to open the trunk and to give me the green purse which you will find in it.'" "Very well, my lord," said the old woman. "I will set off at once for the bridge." And wrapping her veil round her, she went out. Midnight was striking as she reached the spot where she had met the head so many hours before. "Ahmed! Ahmed! Ahmed!" cried she, and immediately a huge Negro, as tall as a giant, stood on the bridge before her. "What do you want?" asked he. "The head, your master, desires you to open the trunk and give me the green purse which you will find in it." "I will be back in a moment, good mother," said he, and 3 minutes later he placed a purse full of sequins in the old woman's hand. No one can imagine the joy of the whole family at the sight of all this wealth. The tiny, tumble-down cottage was rebuilt. The girls had new dresses, and their mother ceased selling veils. It was such a new thing to them to have money to spend that they were not as careful as they might have been, and by there was not a single coin left in the purse. When this happened, their hearts sank within them, and their faces fell. "Have you spent your fortune?" asked the head from its corner, when it saw how sad they looked. "Well then, go at midnight, good mother, to the bridge and call out 'Mahomet' 3 times, as loud as you can. A Negro will appear and answer, and you must tell him to open the trunk and to give you the red purse which he will find there." The old woman did not need twice telling, but set off at once for the bridge. "Mahomet! Mahomet! Mahomet!" cried she with all her might, and in an instant a Negro, still larger than the last, stood before her. "What do you want?" asked he. "The head, your master, bids you to open the trunk and to give me the red purse which you will find in it." "Very well, good mother, I will do so," answered the Negro, and the moment after he had vanished he reappeared with the purse in his hand. This time the money seemed so endless that the old woman built herself a new house and filled it with the most beautiful things that were to be found in the shops. Her daughters were always wrapped in veils that looked as if they were woven out of sunbeams, and their dresses shone with precious stones. The neighbors wondered where all this sudden wealth had sprung from, but nobody knew about the head. "Good mother," said the head one day, "this morning you are to go to the city and ask the Sultan to give me his daughter for my bride." "Do what?" asked the old woman in amazement. "How can I tell the Sultan that a head without a body wishes to become his son-in-law? They will think I am mad, and I shall be hooted from the palace and stoned by the children." "Do as I bid you," replied the head. "It is my will." The old woman was afraid to say anything more, and, putting on her richest clothes, started for the palace. The Sultan granted her an audience at once, and in a trembling voice she made her request. "Are you mad, old woman?" said the Sultan, staring at her. "The wooer is powerful, O Sultan, and nothing is impossible to him." "Is that true?" "It is, O Sultan, I swear it," answered she. "Then let him show his power by doing 3 things, and I will give him my daughter." "Command, O gracious prince," said she. "Do you see that hill in front of the palace?" asked the Sultan. "I see it," answered she. "Well, in 40 days the man who has sent you must make that hill vanish and plant a beautiful garden in its place. That is the first thing. Now go and tell him what I say." So the old woman returned and told the head the Sultan's first condition. "It is well," he replied, and said no more about it. For 39 days the head remained in its favorite corner. The old woman thought that the task before was beyond his powers, and that no more would be heard about the Sultan's daughter. But on the 39th evening after her visit to the palace, the head suddenly spoke. "Good mother," he said, "you must go tonight to the bridge, and when you are there, cry 'Ali! Ali! Ali!' as loud as you can. A Negro will appear before you, and you will tell him that he is to level the hill and to make, in its place, the most beautiful garden that ever was seen." "I will go at once," answered she. It did not take her long to reach the bridge which led to the city, and she took up her position on the spot where she had first seen the head, calling loudly, "Ali! Ali! Ali!" In an instant a Negro appeared before her of such huge size that the old woman was half frightened, but his voice was mild and gentle as he said, "What is it that you want?" "Your master bids you level the hill that stands in front of the Sultan's palace, and in its place to make the most beautiful garden in the world." "Tell my master he shall be obeyed," replied Ali. "It shall be done this moment." And the old woman went home and gave Ali's message to the head. Meanwhile the Sultan was in his palace, waiting till the 40th day should dawn, and wondering that not one spadeful of earth should have been dug out of the hill. "If that old woman has been playing me a trick," thought he, "I will hang her, and I will put up a gallows tomorrow on the hill itself." But when tomorrow came, there was no hill, and when the Sultan opened his eyes, he could not imagine why the room was so much lighter than usual, and what was the reason of the sweet smell of flowers that filled the air. "Could there be a fire?" he said to himself. "The sun never came in this window before. I must get up and see." So he rose, looked out, and underneath him flowers from every part of the world were blooming, and creepers of every color hung in chains from tree to tree. Then he remembered. "Certainly, that old woman's son is a clever magician," cried he. "I never met anyone as clever as that. What shall I give him to do next? Let me think. Ah, I know." And he sent for the old woman, who by the orders of the head was waiting below. "Your son has carried out my wishes very nicely," he said. "The garden is larger and better than that of any other king, but when I walk across it I shall need some place to rest on the other side. In 40 days he must build me a palace in which every room shall be filled with different furniture from a different country, and even more magnificent than any room that was ever seen." And having said this, he turned round and went away. "Oh, he will never be able to do that," thought she. "It is much more difficult than the hill." And she walked home slowly, with her head bent. "Well, what am I to do next?" asked the head cheerfully. And the old woman told her story. "Dear me, is that all? Why, it's child's play," answered the head, and troubled no more about the palace for 39 days. Then he told the old woman to go to the bridge and call for Hassan. "What do you want, old woman?" asked Hassan when he appeared, for he was not as polite as the others had been. "Your master commands that you build the most magnificent palace that was ever seen," replied she, "and you are to place it on the borders of the new garden." "He shall be obeyed," answered Hassan. And when the Sultan woke, he saw, in the distance, a palace built of soft blue marble, resting on slender pillars of pure gold. "That old woman's son is certainly all-powerful," cried he. "What shall I bid him to do now?" And after thinking some time, he sent for the old woman, who was expecting his summons. "The garden is wonderful, and the palace is the finest in the world," said he, "so fine that my servants would cut but a sorry figure in it. Let your son fill it with 40 slaves, whose beauty shall be unequaled, all exactly like each other and of the same height." This time the king thought he had invented something totally impossible, and was quite pleased with himself for his cleverness. 39 days passed, and at midnight on the night of the last, the old woman was standing on the bridge. "Bakir! Bakir! Bakir!" cried she, and a negro appeared and inquired what she wanted. "The head, your master, bids you find 40 slaves of unequaled beauty and of the same height, and place them in the Sultan's palace on the other side of the garden." And when, on the morning of the 40th day, the Sultan went to his blue palace and was received by the 40 slaves, he nearly lost his wits from surprise. "I will assuredly give my daughter to the old woman's son," thought he. "If I were to search all the world through, I could never find a more powerful son-in-law." And when the old woman entered his presence, he informed her that he was ready to fulfill his promise, and she was to bid her son appear at the palace without delay. This command did not at all please the old woman, though. Of course, she made no objections to the Sultan. "All has gone well so far," she grumbled when she told her story to the head. "But what do you suppose the Sultan will say when he sees the daughter's husband?" "Never mind what he says. Put me on a silver dish and carry me to the palace." So it was done, though the old woman's heart beat as she laid down the dish with the head upon it. At the sight before him, the king flew into a violent rage. "I will never marry my daughter to such a monster," he cried, but the princess placed her head gently on his arm. "You have given your word, my father, and you cannot break it," said she. "But, my child, it is impossible for you to marry such a being," exclaimed the Sultan. "Yes, I will marry him. He had a beautiful head, and I love him already." So the marriage was celebrated, and great feasts were held in the palace, though the people wept tears to think of the sad fate of their beloved princess. But when the merrymaking was done, and the young people were alone, the head suddenly disappeared, or rather a body was added to it, and one of the handsomest young men that ever was seen stood before the princess. "A wicked fairy enchanted me at my birth," he said, "and for the rest of the world I must always be a head only. But for you, and you only, I am a man like other men, and that is all I care about," said the princess. End of The Enchanted Head.
Section 18 of the Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Allegria Vita. The Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Sister of the Sun. A long time ago there lived a young prince, whose favorite playfellow was the son of the gardener who lived in the grounds of the palace. The king would have preferred his choosing a friend from the pages, who were brought up at court, but the prince would have nothing to say to them, and as he was a spoilt child, and allowed his way in all things, and the gardener's boy was quiet and well behaved, he was suffered to be in the palace morning, noon, and night. The game the children loved the best was a match at archery, for the king had given them 2 bows exactly alike, and they would spend whole days in trying to see which could shoot the highest. This is always very dangerous, and it was a great wonder they did not put their eyes out, but somehow or other they managed to escape. One morning, when the prince had done his lessons, he ran out to call his friend, and they both hurried off to the lawn, which was their usual playground. They took their bows out of the little hut where their toys were kept, and began to see which could shoot the highest. At last they happened to let fly their arrows both together, and when they fell to earth again, the tail feather of a golden hen was found sticking in one. Now the question began to arise who was the lucky arrow, for they were both alike, and look as closely as you would you could see no difference between them. The prince declared that the arrow was his, and the gardener's boy was quite sure it was his, and on this occasion he was perfectly right, but as they could not decide the matter, they went straight to the king. When the king had heard the story he decided that the feather belonged to his son, but the other boy would not listen to this, and claimed the feather for himself. At length the king's patience gave way, and he said angrily, "Very well, if you are so sure that this feather is yours, yours it shall be. Only you will have to seek it till you find a golden hen with a feather missing from her tail, and if you fail to find her, your head will be the forfeit." The boy had need of all his courage to listen silently to the king's words. He had no idea where the golden hen might be, or even if he discovered that, how he was to get to her. But there was nothing for it but to do the king's bidding, and he felt that the sooner he left the palace the better. So he went home and put some food into a bag, and then set forth, hoping that some accident might show him which path to take. After walking for several hours he met a fox, who seemed inclined to be friendly, and the boy was so glad to have anyone to talk to that he sat down and entered into conversation. "Where are you going?" asked the fox. "I have to find a golden hen who has lost a feather out of her tail," answered the boy, "but I don't know where she lives, or how I shall catch her." "Oh, I can show you the way," said the fox, who was really very good-natured. "Far towards the east, in that direction, lives a beautiful maiden who is called the Sister of the Sun. She has 3 golden hens in her house. Perhaps the feather belongs to one of them." The boy was delighted at this news, and they walked on all day together, the fox in front and the boy behind. When evening came they lay down to sleep, and put the knapsacks under their heads for a pillow. Suddenly, about midnight, the fox gave a low whine, and drew nearer to his bedfellow. "Cousin," he whispered very low, "there is some one coming who will take the knapsack away from me. Look over there." And the boy, peeping through the bushes, saw a man. "Oh, I don't think he will rob us," said the boy. And when the man drew near he told them his story, which so much interested the stranger that he asked leave to travel with them, as he might be of some use. So when the sun rose they set out again, the fox in front as before, the man and boy following. After some hours they reached the castle of the Sister of the Sun, who kept the golden hens among her treasures. They halted before the gate and took counsel as to which of them should go in and see the lady herself. "I think it would be best for me to enter and steal the hens," said the fox, but this did not please the boy at all. "No, it's my business, so it is right that I should go," he answered. "You will find it a very difficult matter to get hold of the hens," replied the fox. "Oh, nothing is likely to happen to me," returned the boy. "Well, go then," said the fox, "but be careful not to make any mistake. Steal only the hen which has the feather missing from her tail, and leave the others alone." The man listened, but did not interfere, and the boy entered the court of the palace. He soon spied the 3 hens strutting proudly about, though they were really anxiously wondering if there were not some grains lying on the ground that they might be glad to eat, and as the last one passed by him he saw she had 1 feather missing from her tail. At this sight the youth darted forward and seized the hen by the neck so that she could not struggle. Then, tucking her comfortably under his arm, he made straight for the gate. Unluckily, just as he was about to go through it, he looked back and caught a glimpse of wonderful splendors from an open door of the palace. "After all, there is no hurry," he said to himself. "I may as well see something now I am here," and turned back, forgetting all about the hen, which escaped from under his arm and ran to join her sisters. He was so much fascinated by the sight of all the beautiful things which peeped through the door that he scarcely noticed that he had lost the prize he had won, and he did not remember there was such a thing as a hen in the world when he beheld the Sister of the Sun sleeping on a bed before him. For some time he stood staring, then he came to himself with a start, and feeling that he had no business there, softly stole away, and was fortunate enough to recapture the hen, which he took with him to the gate. On the threshold he stopped again. "Why should I not look at the sister of the sun?" he thought to himself. "She is asleep, and will never know." And he turned back for the second time and entered the chamber, while the hen wiggled herself free as before. When he had gazed his fill, he went out into the courtyard and picked up his hen who was seeking for corn. As he drew near the gate he paused. "Why did I not give her a kiss?" he said to himself. "I shall never kiss any woman so beautiful." And he wrung his hands with regret, so that the hen fell to the ground and ran away. "But I can do it still!" he cried with delight, and he rushed back to the chamber and kissed the sleeping maiden on the forehead. But alas! when he came out again he found that the hen had grown so shy that she would not let him come near her, and worse than that, her sisters began to cluck so loud that the sister of the sun was awakened by the noise. She jumped up in haste from her bed, and going to the door she said to the boy, "You shall never, never have my hen till you bring me back my sister who was carried off by a giant to his castle, which is a long way off." Slowly and sadly the youth left the palace and told his story to his friends who were waiting outside the gate. Now he had actually held the hen 3 times in his arms, and had lost her. "I knew that we should not get off so easily," said the fox, shaking his head. "But there is no more time to waste. Let us set off at once in search of the sister. Luckily I know the way." They walked on for many days, till at length the fox, who, as usual, was going first, stopped suddenly. "The giant's castle is not far now," he said, "but when we reach it you two must remain outside while I go and fetch the princess. Directly I bring her out you must catch hold of her tight, and get away as fast as you can, while I return to the castle and talk to the giants, for there are many of them, so that they may not notice the escape of the princess." A few minutes later they arrived at the castle, and the fox, who had often been there before, slipped in without difficulty. There were several giants, both young and old, in the hall, and they were all dancing round the princess. As soon as they saw the fox they cried out, "Come and dance too, old fox, and it is a long time since we have seen you." So the fox stood up and did his steps with the best of them, but after a while he stopped and said, "I know a charming new dance that I should like to show you, but it can only be done by 2 people. If the princess will honor me for a few minutes, you will soon see how it is done." "Ah, that is delightful! We want something new," answered they, and placed the princess between the outstretched arms of the fox. In one instance he had knocked over the great stand of the lights that lighted the hall, and in the darkness had borne the princess to the gate. His comrades seized hold of her, as they had been bidden, and the fox was back again in the hall before anyone had missed him. He found the giants busy trying to kindle a fire and get some light, but after a bit someone cried out, "Where is the princess?" "Here in my arms," replied the fox. "Don't be afraid, she is quite safe." And he waited until he thought that his comrades had gained a good start, and put at least 5 or 6 mountains between themselves and the giants. Then he sprang through the door, calling as he went, "The maiden is here, take her if you can." At these words the giants understood that their prize had escaped, and they ran after the fox as fast as their great legs could carry them, thinking they should soon come up with the fox, who they supposed had the princess on his back. The fox, on his side, was far too clever to choose the same path that his friends had taken, but wound in and out of the forest, till at last even he was tired out, and fell asleep under a tree. Indeed, he was so exhausted with his day's work that he never heard the approach of the giants, and their hands were already stretched out to seize his tail when his eyes opened, and with a tremendous bound he was once more beyond their reach. All the rest of the night the fox ran and ran, but when bright red spread over the east, he stopped and waited till the giants were close upon him. Then he turned and said quietly, "Look, there is the sister of the sun." The giants raised their eyes all at once, and were instantly turned into pillars of stone. The fox then made each pillar a low bow, and set off to join his friends. He knew a great many short cuts across the hills, so it was not long before he came up with them, and all 4 travelled night and day till they reached the castle of the sister of the sun. What joy and feasting there was throughout the palace at the sight of the princess whom they had mourned as dead! And they could not make enough of the boy who had gone through such dangers in order to rescue her. The golden hen was given to him at once, and, more than that, the sister of the sun told him that in a little time, when he was a few years older, she would herself pay a visit to his home and become his wife. The boy could hardly believe his ears when he heard what was in store for him, for his was the most beautiful princess in all the world, and however thick the darkness might be, it fled away at once from the light of a star on her forehead. So the boy set forth on his journey home, with his friends for company, his heart full of gladness when he thought of the promise of the princess. But one by one his comrades dropped off at the places where they had first met him, and he was quite alone when he reached his native town and the gates of the palace. With the golden hen under his arm, he presented himself before the king, and told his adventures, and how he was going to have for a wife a princess so wonderful and unlike all other princesses that the star on her forehead could turn night into day. The king listened silently, and when the boy had done, he said quietly, "If I find that your story is not true, I will have you thrown into a cask of pitch." "It is true, every word of it," answered the boy, and went on to tell that the day and even the hour were fixed when his bride was to come and seek him. But as the time drew near, and nothing was heard of the princess, the youth became anxious and uneasy, especially when it came to his ears that the great cask was being filled with pitch, and that sticks were being laid underneath to make a fire to boil it with. All day long the boy stood at the window, looking over the sea by which the princess must travel. But there were no signs of her, not even the tiniest white sail, and as he stood soldiers came and laid hands on him, and led him up to the cask, where a big fire was blazing, and the horrid black pitch boiling and bubbling over the sides. He looked and shuddered, but there was no escape, so he shut his eyes to avoid seeing. The word was given for him to mount the steps which led to the top of the cask, when, suddenly, some men were seen running with all their might, crying as they went that a large ship with its sails spread was making straight for the city. No one knew what the ship was, or whence it came, but the king declared that he would not have the boy burned before its arrival. There would always be time enough for that. At length the vessel was safe in point, and a whisper went through the watching crowd that on board was the sister of the sun, who had come to marry the young peasant as she had promised. In a few moments more she had landed, and desired to be shown the way to the cottage which her bridegroom had so often described to her, and whither he had been led back by the king's order at the first sign of the ship. "Don't you know me?" asked the sister of the sun, bending over him where he lay, almost driven out of his senses with terror. "No, no, I don't know you," answered the youth, without raising his eyes. "Kiss me," said the sister of the sun, and the youth obeyed her, but still without looking up. "Don't you know me now?" she asked. "No, I don't know you, I don't know you," he replied with the manner of a man whom fear had driven mad. At this the sister of the sun grew rather frightened, and beginning at the beginning, she told him the story of his meeting with her, and how she had come a long way in order to marry him. And just as she had finished, in walked the king, to see if what the boy had said was really true. But hardly had he opened the door of the cottage when he was almost blinded by the light that filled it, and he remembered what he had been told about the star on the forehead of the princess. He staggered back as if he had been struck. Then a curious feeling took hold of him, which he had never felt before, and falling on his knees before the sister of the sun, he implored her to give up all thoughts of the peasant boy, and to share his throne. But she laughed, and said she had a finer throne of her own, if she wanted to sit on it, and that she was free to please herself, and would have no husband but the boy, whom she would never have seen except for the king himself. "I shall marry him tomorrow," ended she, and ordered the preparations to be set on foot at once. When the next day came, however, the bridegroom's father informed the princess that by the law of the land the marriage must take place in the presence of the king, but he hoped his majesty would not delay his arrival. An hour or two passed, and everyone was waiting and watching, when at last the sound of trumpets was heard and a grand procession was seen marching up the street. A chair covered with velvet had been made ready for the king, and he took his seat upon it, and looking round upon the assembled company, he said, "I have no wish to forbid this marriage, but before I can allow it to be celebrated, the bridegroom must prove himself worthy of such a bride by fulfilling 3 tasks, and the first is that in a single day he must cut down every tree in an entire forest." The youth stood aghast at the king's words. He had never cut down a tree in his life, and had not the least idea how to begin, and as for a whole forest— But the princess saw that what was passing in his mind, and whispered to him, "Don't be afraid. In my ship you will find an axe, which you must carry off to the forest. When you have cut down one tree with it, just say, 'So let the forest fall,' and in an instant all the trees will be on the ground. But pick up 3 chips of the tree you felled and put them in your pocket." And the young man did exactly as he was bid, and soon returned with the 3 chips safe in his coat. The following morning the princess declared that she had been thinking about the matter, and that, as she was not a subject of the king, she saw no reason why she should be bound by his laws, and she meant to be married that very day. But the bridegroom's father told her that it was all very well for her to talk like that, but it was quite different for his son, who would pay with his head for any disobedience to the king's commands. However, in consideration of what the youth had done the day before, he hoped his Majesty's heart might be softened, especially as he had sent a message that they might expect him at once. With this the bridal pair had to be content, and be as patient as they could till the king's arrival. He did not keep them long, but they saw by his face that nothing good awaited them. "The marriage cannot take place," he said shortly, "till the youth has joined to their roots all the trees he cut down yesterday." This sounded much more difficult than what he had done before, and he turned in despair to the sister of the sun. "It's all right," she whispered encouragingly. "Take this water and sprinkle it on one of the fallen trees, and say to it, 'So let all the trees of the forest stand upright,' and in a moment they will be erect again." And the young man did what he was told, and left the forest looking exactly as it had done before. Now surely, thought the princess, there was no longer any need to put off the wedding, and she gave orders that all should be ready for the following day. But again the old man interfered, and declared that without the king's permission no marriage would take place. For the 3rd time his Majesty was sent for, and for the 3rd time he proclaimed that he could not give his consent until the bridegroom should have slain a serpent, which dwelt in a broad river that flowed at the back of the castle. Everyone knew stories of this terrible serpent, though no one had actually seen it, but from time to time a child strayed from home and never came back, and then mothers would forbid the other children to go near the river, which had juicy fruits and lovely flowers growing along its banks. So no wonder the youth trembled and turned pale when he heard what lay before him. "You will succeed in this also," whispered the sister of the sun, pressing his hand, "for in my ship is a magic sword which will cut through everything. Go down to the river and unfasten a boat which lies moored there, and throw the chips into the water. When the serpent rears up its body, you will cut off its 3 heads with one blow of your sword. Then take the tip of each tongue and go with it tomorrow morning to the king's kitchen. If the king himself should enter, just say to him, 'Here are 3 gifts I offer you in return for the services you demanded of me,' and throw the tips of the serpent's tongue at him, and hasten to the ship as fast as your legs will carry you. But be sure to take great care never to look behind you." The young man did exactly what the princess had told him. The 3 chips which he flung into the river became a boat, and as he steered across the stream the serpent put up its head and hissed loudly. The youth had his sword ready, and in another second the 3 heads were bobbing on the water. Guiding his boat till he was beside them, he stooped down and snipped off the ends of the tongues, and then rowed back to the other bank. Next morning he carried them into the royal kitchen, and when the king entered, as was his custom, to see what he was going to have for dinner, the bridegroom flung them in his face, saying, "Here is a gift for you in return for the services you asked of me." And opening the kitchen door, he fled to the ship. Unluckily he missed the way, and in his excitement ran backwards and forwards, without knowing whither he was going. At last, in despair, he looked around and saw to his amazement that both the city and palace had vanished completely. Then he turned his eyes in the other direction, and far, far away, he caught sight of the ship with her sails spread and a fair wind behind her. This dreadful spectacle seemed to take away his senses, and all day long he wandered about without knowing where he was going, till in the evening he noticed some smoke from a little hut of turf near by. He went straight up to it and cried, "Oh, mother, let me come in for pity's sake." The old woman who lived in the hut beckoned to him to enter, and hardly was he inside when he cried again, "Oh, mother, can you tell me anything of the sister of the sun?" But the woman only shook her head. "No, I know nothing of her," said she. The young man turned to leave the hut, but the old woman stopped him, and giving him a letter, begged him to carry it to her next eldest sister, saying, "If you should get tired on the way, take out the letter and rustle the paper." This advice surprised the young man a good deal, as he did not see how it could help him, but he did not answer, and went down the road without knowing where he was going. At length he grew so tired he could walk no more. Then he remembered what the old woman had said. After he had rustled the leaves only once all fatigue disappeared, and he strode over the grass till he came to another little turf hut. "Let me in, I pray you, dear mother," cried he, and the door opened in front of him. "Your sister has sent you this letter," he said, and added quickly, "Oh, mother, can you tell me anything of the sister of the sun?" "No, I know nothing of her," answered she, but as he turned hopelessly away, she stopped him. "If you happen to pass my eldest sister's house, will you give her this letter?" said she. "And if you should get tired on the road, just take it out of your pocket and rustle the paper." So the young man put the letter in his pocket, and walked all day over the hills till he reached a little turf hut, exactly like the other two. "Let me in, I pray you, dear mother," cried he, and as he entered he added, "Here is a letter from your sister, and can you tell me anything of the sister of the sun?" "Yes, I can," answered the old woman. "She lives in the castle on the banks. Her father lost a battle only a few days ago because you had stolen his sword from him, and the sister of the sun herself is almost dead of grief. But when you see her, stick a pin in the palm of her hand, and suck the drops of blood that flow. Then she will grow calmer, and will know you again. Only beware, for before you reach the castle on the Banka, fearful things will happen." He thanked the old woman with tears of gladness for the good news she had given him, and continued his journey, but he had not gone very far when, at a turn of the road, he met with two brothers who were quarrelling over a piece of cloth. "My good men, what are you fighting about?" said he. "That cloth does not look worth much." "Oh, it is ragged enough," answered they, "but it was left us by our father, and if any man wraps it around him no one can see him, and we each want it for our own." "Let me put it round me for a moment," said the youth, "and then I will tell you whose it ought to be." The brothers were pleased with this idea, and gave him the stuff, but the moment he had thrown it over his shoulder he disappeared as completely as if he had never been there at all. Meanwhile the young man walked briskly along, till he came up with two other men who were disputing over a tablecloth. "What is the matter?" asked he, stopping in front of them. "If the cloth is spread on a table," answered they, "the table is instantly covered with the most delicious food, and we each want to have it." "Let me try the tablecloth," said the youth, "and I will tell you whose it ought to be." The two men were quite pleased with this idea, and handed him the cloth. He then hastily threw the first piece of stuff round his shoulders, and vanished from sight, leaving the two men grieving over their own folly. The young man had not walked far before he saw two more men standing by the roadside, both grasping the same stout staff, and sometimes one seemed on the point of getting it, and sometimes the other. "What are you quarrelling about? You could cut a dozen sticks from the wood, each just as good as that," said the young man, and as he spoke the fighters both stopped and looked at him. "Ah, you may think so," said one, "but a blow from one end of this stick will kill a man, while a touch from the other end will bring him back to life. You won't easily find another stick like that." "No, that is true," answered the young man. "Let me just look at it, and I will tell you whose it ought to be." The men were pleased with the idea, and handed him the staff. "It is very curious, certainly," said he, "but which end is it that restores people to life? After all, anyone can be killed by a blow from a stick if it is only hard enough." But when he was shown the end he threw the stuff over his shoulders and vanished. At last he saw another set of men who were struggling for the possession of a pair of shoes. "Why can't you leave that pair of shoes alone?" said he. "Why, you could not walk a yard in them." "Yes, they are old enough," answered they, "but whoever puts them on and wishes himself at a particular place gets there without going." "That sounds very clever," said the youth. "Let me try them, and then I shall be able to tell you whose they ought to be." The idea pleased the men, and they handed him the shoes, but the moment they were on his feet he cried, "I wish to be in the castle on the Banka," and before he knew it he was there, and found the sister of the sun dying of grief. He knelt down by her side, and pulling a pin he stuck it into the palm of her hand, so that a drop of blood gushed out. This he sucked as he had been told to do by the old woman, and immediately the princess came to herself and flung her arms round his neck. Then she told him all her story, and what had happened since the ship had sailed away without him. "But the worst misfortune of all," she added, "was a battle which my father lost because you had vanished with his magic sword, and out of his whole army hardly one man was left." "Show me the battlefield," said he, and she took him to a wild heath, where the dead were lying as they fell, waiting for burial. One by one he touched them with the end of his staff, till at length they all stood before him. Throughout the kingdom there was nothing but joy, and this time the wedding was really celebrated, and the bridal pair lived happily in the castle on the Banca till they died. End of The Sister of the Sun. Recording by Allegria Vita. www.twitter.com/allegriavita.
Section 19 of the Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brown Fairy Book by Anju Lan. The Prince and the Three Fates. Once upon a time, a little boy was born to a king who ruled over a great country through which ran a wide river. The king was nearly beside himself with joy, for he had always longed for a son to inherit his crown, and he sent messages to beg all the most powerful fairies to come and see this wonderful baby. In an hour or two, so many were gathered round the cradle that the child seemed in danger of being smothered. But the king, who was watching the fairies eagerly, was disturbed to see them looking grave. "Is there anything the matter?" he asked anxiously. The fairies looked at him, and all shook their heads at once. "He is a beautiful boy, and it is a great pity, but what is to happen will happen," said they. "It is written in the books of fate that he must die, either by a crocodile, or a serpent, or by a dog. If we could save him we would, but that is beyond our power." And so saying they vanished. For a time the king stood where he was, horror stricken at what he had heard, but, being of a hopeful nature, he began at once to invent plans to save the prince from the dreadful doom that awaited him. He instantly sent for his master builder, and bade him construct a strong castle on the top of a mountain, which should be fitted with the most precious things from the king's own palace, and every kind of toy a child could wish to play with. And besides, he gave the strictest orders that a guard should walk round the castle night and day. For 4 or 5 years the baby lived in the castle along with his nurses, taking his airings on the broad terraces, which were surrounded by walls, with a moat beneath them, and only a drawbridge to connect them with the outer world. One day, when the prince was old enough to run quite fast by himself, he looked from the terrace across the moat, and saw a little soft fluffy ball of a dog jumping and playing on the other side. Now, of course, all dogs had been kept from him for fear that the fairy's prophecy should come true, and he had never even beheld one before. So he turned to the page who was walking behind him, and said, "What is the funny little thing which is running so fast over there?" "That is a dog, prince," answered the page. "Well, bring me one like it, and we will see which can run the faster." And he watched the dog till it had disappeared round the corner. The page was much puzzled to know what to do. He had strict orders to refuse the prince nothing, yet he remembered the prophecy, and felt that this was a serious matter. At last he thought he had better tell the king the whole story, and let him decide the question. "Oh, get him a dog if he wants one," said the king. "He will only cry his heart out if he does not have it." So a puppy was found, exactly like the other. They might have been twins, and perhaps they were. Years went by, and the boy and the dog played together till the boy grew tall and strong. The time came at last when he sent a message to his father, saying, "Why do you keep me shut up here doing nothing? I know all about the prophecy that was made at my birth, but I would far rather be killed at once than live an idle, useless life here. So give me arms and let me go, I pray you, me and my dog too." And again the king listened to his wishes, and he and his dog were carried in a ship to the other side of the river, which was so broad here it might almost have been the sea. A black horse was waiting for him, tied to a tree, and he mounted and rode away wherever his fancy took him, the dog always at his heels. Never was any prince so happy as he, and he rode and rode till at length he came to a king's palace. The king who lived in it did not care about looking after his country and seeing that his people lived cheerful and contented lives. He spent his whole time in making riddles and inventing plans which he had much better have let alone. At the period when the young prince reached the kingdom, he had just completed a wonderful house for his only child, a daughter. It had 70 windows, each 70 feet from the ground, and he had sent the royal herald round the borders of the neighboring kingdoms to proclaim that whoever could climb up the walls to the window of the princess should win her for his wife. The fame of the princess' beauty had spread far and wide, and there was no lack of princes who wished to try their fortune. Very funny the palace must have looked each morning, with the dabs of different color on the white marble as the princes were climbing up the walls. But though some managed to get further than others, nobody was anywhere near the top. They had already been spending several days in this manner when the young prince arrived, and as he was pleasant to look upon and civil to talk to, they welcomed him to the house, which had been given to them, and saw that his bath was properly perfumed after his long journey. "Where do you come from?" they said at last, "and whose son are you?" But the young prince had reasons for keeping his own secret, and he answered, "My father was master of the horse to the king of my country, and after my mother died he married another wife. At first all went well, but as soon as she had babies of her own, she hated me, and I fled, lest she should do me harm." The hearts of the other young men were touched as soon as they heard this story, and they did everything they could think of to make him forget his past sorrows. "What are you doing here?" said the youth, one day. "We spend our whole time climbing up the walls of the palace, trying to reach the windows of the princess," answered the young man, "but as yet no one has reached within 10 feet of them." "Oh, let me try too," cried the prince, "but tomorrow I will wait and see what you do before I begin." So the next day he stood where he could watch the young man go up, and he noted the places on the walls that seemed most difficult, and made up his mind that when his turn came he would go up some other way. Day after day he was to be seen watching the wooers, till, one morning, he felt that he knew the plan of the walls by heart, and took his place by the side of the others. Thanks to what he had learned from the failure of the rest, he managed to grasp one little rough projection after another, till at last, to the envy of his friends, he stood on the sill of the princess's window. Looking up from below, they saw a white hand stretched forth to draw him in. Then one of the young men ran straight to the king's palace and said, "The wall has been climbed and the prize is won." "By whom?" cried the king, starting up from his throne. "Which of the princes may I claim as my son-in-law?" "The youth who succeeded in climbing to the princess's window is not a prince at all," answered the young man. "He is the son of the master of the horse to the great king who dwells across the river, and he fled from his own country to escape from the hatred of his stepmother." At this news the king was very angry, for it had never entered his head that any one but a prince would seek to woo his daughter. "Let him go back to the land whence he came," he shouted in wrath. "Does he expect me to give my daughter to an exile?" And he began to smash the drinking vessels in his fury. Indeed, it quite frightened the young man, who ran hastily home to his friends and told the youth what the king had said. Now the princess, who was leaning from her window, heard his words and bade the messenger go back to the king her father and tell him that she had sworn a vow never to eat or drink again if the youth was taken from her. The king was more angry than ever when he received this message, and ordered his guards to go at once to the palace and put the successful wooer to death. But the princess threw herself between him and his murderers. "Lay a finger on him, and I shall be dead before sunset," said she. And as they saw that she meant it, they left the palace and carried the tale to her father. By this time the king's anger was dying away, and he began to consider what his people would think of him if he broke the promise he had publicly given. So he ordered the princess to be brought before him, and the young man also. And when they entered the throne room, he was so pleased with the noble air of the victor that his wrath quite melted away, and he ran to him and embraced him. "Tell me who you are," he asked, when he had recovered himself a little, "for I would never believe that you have not royal blood in your veins." But the prince still had his reasons for being silent, and only told the same story. However, the king had taken such a fancy to the youth that he said no more, and the marriage took place the following day, and great herds of cattle and a large estate were given to the young couple. After a little while the prince said to his wife, "My life is in the hands of three creatures, a crocodile, a serpent, and a dog." "Ah, how rash you are!" cried the princess, throwing her arms round his neck. "If you know that, how can you have that horrid beast about you? I will give orders to have him killed at once." But the prince would not listen to her. "Kill my dear little dog who had been my playfellow since he was a puppy?" exclaimed he. "Oh, never would I allow that!" And all that the princess could get from him was that he would always wear a sword, and have somebody with him when he left the palace. When the prince and princess had been married a few months, the prince heard that his stepmother was dead, and his father was old and ill, and longing to have his eldest son by his side again. The young man could not remain deaf to such a message, and he took a tender farewell of his wife, and set out on his journey home. It was a long way, and he was forced to rest often on the road, and so it happened that, one night, when he was sleeping in a city on the banks of the great river, a huge crocodile came silently up, and made its way along a passage to the prince's room. Fortunately one of his guards woke up as it was trying to steal past them, and shut the crocodile up in a large hall, where a giant watched over it, never leaving the spot except during the night, when the crocodile slept. And this went on for more than a month. Now when the prince found that he was not likely to leave his father's kingdom again, he sent for his wife, and bade the messenger tell her that he would await her coming in the town on the banks of the great river. This was the reason why he delayed his journey so long, and narrowly escaped being eaten by the crocodile. During the weeks that followed, the prince amused himself as best he could, though he counted the minutes to the arrival of the princess, and when she did come, he at once prepared to start for the court. That very night, however, while he was asleep, the princess noticed something strange in one of the corners of the room. It was a dark patch, and seemed, as she looked, to grow longer and longer, and to be moving slowly towards the cushions on which the prince was lying. She shrank in terror, but slight as was the noise, the thing heard it, and raised its head to listen. Then she saw it was the long flat head of a serpent, and the recollection of the prophecy rushed into her mind. Without waking her husband, she glided out of bed, and taking up a heavy bowl of milk which stood on a table, laid it on the floor in the path of the serpent, for she knew that no serpent in the world can resist milk. She held her breath as the snake drew near, and watched it throw up its head again as if it was smelling something nice, while its forky tongue darted out greedily. At length its eyes fell upon the milk, and in an instant it was lapping it so fast that it was a wonder the creature did not choke, for it never took its head from the bowl as long as a drop was left in it. After that it dropped on the ground and slept heavily. This was what the princess had been waiting for, and catching up her husband's sword, she severed the snake's head from its body. The morning after this adventure, the prince and princess set out for the king's palace, but found when they reached it that he was already dead. They gave him a magnificent burial, and then the prince had to examine the new laws which had been made in his absence, and do a great deal of business besides, till he grew quite ill from fatigue, and was obliged to go away to one of his palaces on the banks of the river in order to rest. Here he soon got better, and began to hunt, and to shoot wild duck with his bow, and wherever he went, his dog, now grown very old, went with him. One morning the prince and his dog were out as usual, and in chasing their game they drew near the bank of the river. The prince was running at full speed after his dog, when he almost fell over something that looked like a log of wood which was lying in his path. To his surprise a voice spoke to him, and he saw that the thing which he had taken for a branch was really a crocodile. "You cannot escape from me," it was saying, when he had gathered his senses again. "I am your fate, and wherever you go, and whatever you do, you will always find me before you. There is only one means of shaking off my power. If you can dig a pit in the dry sand which will remain full of water, my spell will be broken. If not, death will come to you speedily. I give you this one chance. Now go." The young man walked sadly away, and when he reached the palace he shut himself into his room, and for the rest of the day refused to see any one, not even his wife. At sunset, however, as no sound could be heard through the door, the princess grew quite frightened, and made such a noise that the prince was forced to draw back the bolt and let her come in. "How pale you look!" she cried. "Has anything hurt you? Tell me, I pray you, what is the matter, for perhaps I can help." So the prince told her the whole story, and of the impossible task given him by the crocodile. "How can a sand hole remain full of water?" asked he. "Of course it will all run through. The crocodile called it a chance, but he might as well have dragged me into the river at once. He said truly that I cannot escape him." "Oh, if that is all," cried the princess, "I can set you free myself, for my fairy godmother taught me to know the use of plants, and in the desert not far from here there grows a little four-leaved herb which will keep the water in the pit for a whole year. I will go in search of it at dawn, and you can begin to dig the hole as soon as you like." To comfort her husband, the princess had spoken lightly and gaily, but she knew very well she had no light task before her. Still she was full of courage and energy, and determined that, one way or another, her husband should be saved. It was still starlight when she left the palace on a snow-white donkey, and rode away from the river straight to the west. For some time she could see nothing before her but a flat waste of sand, which became hotter and hotter as the sun rose higher and higher. Then a dreadful thirst seized her and the donkey, and there was no stream to quench it, and if there had been water she would hardly have had time to stop, for she still had far to go and must be back before evening, or else the crocodile might declare that the prince had not fulfilled his conditions. So she spoke cheering words to her donkey, who brayed in reply, and the two pushed steadily on. Oh, how glad they both were when they caught sight of a tall rock in the distance! They forgot that they were thirsty, and that the sun was hot, and the ground seemed to fly under their feet, till the donkey stopped of its own accord in the cool shadow. But though the donkey might rest, the princess could not, for the plant, as she knew, grew on the very top of the rock, and a wide chasm ran round the foot of it. Luckily she had brought a rope with her, and making a noose at one end, she flung it across with all her might. The first time it slid back slowly into the ditch, and she had to draw it up and throw it again, but at length the noose caught on something, the princess could not see what, and had to trust her whole weight to the little bridge, which might snap and let her fall deep down among the rocks. And in that case her death was as certain as that of the prince. But nothing so dreadful happened. The princess got safely to the other side, and then became the worst part of her task. As fast as she put her foot on a ledge of the rock, the stone broke away from under her, and left her in the same place as before. Meanwhile the hours were passing, and it was nearly noon. The heart of the poor princess was filled with despair, but she would not give up the struggle. She looked round till she saw a small stone above her which seemed rather stronger than the rest, and by only posing her foot lightly on those that lay between, she managed by a great effort to reach it. In this way, with torn and bleeding hands, she gained the top. But here such a violent wind was blowing that she was almost blinded with dusk, and was obliged to throw herself on the ground and feel about after the precious herb. For a few terrible moments she thought that the rock was bare, and that her journey had been to no purpose. Feel where she would, there was nothing but grit and stones, when suddenly her fingers touched something soft in a crevice. It was a plant, that was clear, but was it the right one? See she could not, for the wind was blowing more fiercely than ever, so she lay where she was and counted the leaves. 1, 2, 3. Yes, yes, there were 4! And plucking a leaf, she held it safe in her hand while she turned, almost stunned by the wind, to go down the rock. When once she was safely over the side, all became still in a moment, and she slid down the rock so fast that it was only a wonder that she did not land in the chasm. However, by good luck, she stopped quite close to her rope bridge and was soon across it. The donkey brayed joyfully at the sight of her, and set off home at his best speed, never seeming to know that the earth under his feet was nearly as hot as the sun above him. On the bank of the great river he halted, and the princess rushed up to where the prince was standing by the pit he had digged in the dry sand, with a huge water pot beside it. A little way off the crocodile lay blinking in the sun, with his sharp teeth and whitey yellow jaws wide open. At a signal from the princess, the prince poured the water in the hole, and the moment it reached the brim, the princess flung in the 4-leaved plant. Would the charm work? Or would the water trickle away slowly through the sand, and the prince fall a victim to that horrible monster? For half an hour they stood with their eyes rooted to the spot, but the hole remained as full as at the beginning, with a little green leaf floating on the top. Then the prince turned with a shout of triumph, and the crocodile sulkily plunged into the river. The prince had escaped for ever the second of his 3 fates. He stood there looking after the crocodile, and rejoicing that he was free, when he was startled by a wild duck which flew past them, seeking shelter among the rushes that bordered the edge of the stream. In another instant his dog dashed by in hot pursuit, and knocked heavily against his master's legs. The prince staggered, lost his balance, and fell backwards into the river, where the mud and the rushes caught him and held him fast. He shrieked for help to his wife, who came running, and luckily brought her rope with her. The poor old dog was drowned, but the prince was pulled to shore. "My wife," he said, "has been stronger than my fate." End of The Prince and the 3 Fates. Recording by Jing Li.
Section 20 of the Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Fox and the Lap. Once upon a time a fox lay peeping out of his hole, watching the road that ran by at a little distance, and hoping to see something that might amuse him, for he was feeling very dull and rather cross. For a long while he watched in vain. Everything seemed asleep, and not even a bird stirred overhead. The fox grew crosser than ever, and he was just turning away in disgust from his place when he heard the sound of feet coming over the snow. He crouched eagerly down at the edge of the road and said to himself, "I wonder what would happen if I were to pretend to be dead. This is a man driving a reindeer sledge. I know the tinkling of the harness, and at any rate I shall have an adventure, and that is always something." So he stretched himself out by the side of the road, carefully choosing a spot where the driver could not help seeing him, yet where the reindeer would not tread on him, and all fell out just as he had expected. The sledge driver pulled up sharply, and his eyes lighted on the beautiful animal lying stiffly beside him, and, jumping out, he threw the fox into the bottom of the sledge, where the goods he was carrying were bound tightly together by ropes. The fox did not move a muscle, though his bones were sore from the fall, and the driver got back to his seat again and drove on merrily. Before they had gone very far, the fox, who was near the edge, contrived to slip over, and when the Laplander saw him stretched out on the snow, he pulled up his reindeer and put the fox in one of the other sledges that was fastened behind, for it was market day at the nearest town, and the man had much to sell. They drove on a little further, when some noise in the forest made the man turn his head, just in time to see the fox fall with a heavy thump on the frozen snow. "That beast is bewitched," he said to himself, and then he threw the fox into the last sledge of all, which had a cargo of fishes. This was exactly what the cunning creature wanted, and he wriggled gently to the front and bit the cord which tied the sledge to the one before it, so that it remained standing in the middle of the road. Now there were so many sledges that the Lapp did not notice for a long while that one was missing. Indeed, he would have entered the town without knowing, if snow had not suddenly begun to fall. Then he got down to secure more firmly the cloths that kept his goods dry, and going to the end of the long row, discovered that the sledge containing the fish and the fox was missing. He quickly unharnessed one of his reindeer and rode back along the way he had come, to find the sledge standing safe in the middle of the road. But as the fox had bitten off the cord close to the noose, there was no means of moving it away. The fox, meanwhile, was enjoying himself mightily. As soon as he had loosened the sledge, he had taken his favorite fish from among the piles neatly arranged for sale, and had trotted off to the forest with it in his mouth. By and by he met a bear, who stopped and said, "Where did you find that fish, Mr. Fox?" "Oh, not far off," answered he. "I just stuck my tail in the stream close by the place where the elves dwell, and the fish hung on to it of itself." "Dear me!" snarled the bear, who was hungry and not in a good temper. "If the fish hung on to your tail, I suppose he will hang on to mine." "Yes, certainly, grandfather," replied the fox, "if you have the patience to suffer what I suffered." "Of course I can," replied the bear. "What nonsense you talk! Show me the way." So the fox led him to the bank of a stream which, being in a warm place, had only lightly frozen in places, and was at this moment glittering in the spring sunshine. "The elves bathe here," he said, "and if you put in your tail the fish will catch hold of it, but it is no use being in a hurry, or else you will spoil everything." Then he trotted off, but only went out of sight of the bear, who stood still on the bank with his tail deep in the water. Soon the sun set, and it grew very cold, and the ice formed rapidly, and the bear's tail was fixed as tight as if a vise held it, and when the fox saw that everything had happened just as he had planned it, he called out loudly: "Be quick, good people, and come with your bows and spears. A bear has been fishing in your brook." And in a moment the whole place was full of little creatures, each one with a tiny bow and a spear hardly big enough for a baby. But both arrows and spears could sting, as the bear knew very well, and in his fright he gave such a tug to his tail that it broke short off, and he rolled away into the forest as fast as his legs could carry him. At this sight the fox held his sides for laughing, and then scampered away in another direction. By and by he came to a fir tree, and crept into a hole under the root. After that he did something very strange. Taking one of his hind feet between his two front paws, he said softly, "What would you do, my foot, if some one was to betray me?" "I would run so quickly that he should not catch you." "What would you do, mine ear, if some one was to betray me?" "I would listen so hard that I should hear all his plans." "What would you do, my nose, if some one was to betray me?" "I would smell so sharply that I should know from afar that he was coming." "What would you do, my tail, if some one were to betray me?" "I would steer you so straight a course that you would soon be beyond his reach. Let us be off. I feel as if danger was near." But the fox was comfortable where he was, and did not hurry himself to take his tail's advice. And before long he found he was too late, for the bear had come round by another path, and guessing where his enemy was, began to scratch at the roots of the tree. The fox made himself as small as he could, but a scrap of his tail peeped out and the bear seized it and held it tight. Then the fox dug his claws into the ground, but he was not strong enough to pull against the bear, and slowly he was dragged forth and his body flung over the bear's neck. In this manner they set out down the road, the fox's tail being always in the bear's mouth. After they had gone some way, they passed a tree stump on which a bright colored woodpecker was tapping. "Ah, those were better times when I used to paint all the birds such gay colors," sighed the fox. "What are you saying, old fellow?" asked the bear. "I? Oh, I was saying nothing," answered the fox drearily. "Just carry me to your cave and eat me up as quick as you can." The bear was silent and thought of his supper, and the two continued their journey till they reached another tree with a woodpecker tapping on it. "Ah, those were better times when I used to paint all the birds such gay colors," said the fox again to himself. "Couldn't you paint me too?" asked the bear suddenly. But the fox shook his head, for he was always acting, even if no one was there to see him do it. "You bear pain so badly," he replied in a thoughtful voice, "and you are impatient besides, and could never put up with all that is necessary. Why, you would first have to dig a pit, and then twist ropes of willow, and drive in posts, and fill the hole with pitch, and last of all, set it on fire. Oh no, you would never be able to do all that." "It does not matter a straw how hard the work is," answered the bear eagerly. "I will do it, every bit." And as he spoke he began tearing up the earth so fast that soon a deep pit was ready, deep enough to hold him. "That is all right," said the fox at last. "I see I was mistaken in you. Now sit here, and I will bind you." So the bear sat down on the edge of the pit, and the fox sprang on his back, which he crossed with the willow ropes, and then set fire to the pitch. It burned up in an instant, and caught the bands of willow and the bear's rough hair, but he did not stir, for he thought that the fox was rubbing the bright colors into his skin, and that he would soon be as beautiful as a whole meadow of flowers. But when the fire grew hotter still, he moved uneasily from one foot to the other, saying imploringly, "It is getting rather warm, old man." But all the answer he got was, "I thought you would never be able to suffer pain like those little birds." The bear did not like being told that he was not as brave as a bird, so he set his teeth and resolved to endure anything sooner than speak again. But by this time the last willow band had burned through, and with a push the fox sent his victim tumbling into the grass and ran off to hide himself in the forest. After a while he stole cautiously, and found, as he expected, nothing left but a few charred bones. These he picked up and put in a bag, which he slung over his back. By and by he met a Lapp driving his team of reindeer along the road, and as he drew near, the fox rattled the bones gaily. "That sounds like silver or gold," thought the man to himself, and he said politely to the fox, "Good day, friend. What have you in your bag that makes such a strange sound?" "All the wealth my father left me," answered the fox. "Do you feel inclined to bargain?" "Well, I don't mind," replied the Lapp, who was a prudent man, and did not wish the fox to think him too eager. "But show me first what money you have got." "Ah, but I can't do that," answered the fox. "My bag is sealed up, but if you will give me those 3 reindeer, you shall take it as it is, with all its contents." The Lapp did not quite like it, but the fox spoke with such an air that his doubts melted away. He nodded and stretched out his hand. The fox put the bag into it, and unharnessed the reindeer he had chosen. "Oh, I forgot!" he exclaimed, turning round as he was about to drive them in the opposite direction. "You must be sure not to open the bag until you have gone at least 5 miles, right on the other side of those hills out there. If you do, you will find that all the gold and silver has changed into a parcel of charred bones." Then he whipped up his reindeer and was soon out of sight. For some time the Lapp was satisfied with hearing the bones rattle, and thinking to himself what a good bargain he had made, and of all the things he would buy with the money. But after a bit this amusement ceased to content him, and besides, what was the use of planning when you did not know for certain how rich you were? Perhaps there might be a great deal of silver and only a little gold in the bag, or a great deal of gold and only a little silver. Who could tell? He would not, of course, take the money out to count it, for that might bring him bad luck, but there could be no harm in just one peep. So he slowly broke the seal and untied the strings, and behold! a heap of burnt bones lay before him. In a minute he knew he had been tricked, and flinging the bag to the ground in a rage, he ran after the fox as fast as his snowshoes would carry him. Now the fox had guessed exactly what would happen, and was on the lookout. Directly he saw the little speck coming towards him, he wished that the man's snowshoes might break, and that very instant the Lapp's shoes snapped in two. The Lapp did not know that this was the fox's work, but he had to stop and fetch one of his other reindeer, which he mounted and sent off again in pursuit of his enemy. The fox soon heard him coming, and this time he wished that the reindeer might fall and break its leg, and so it did, and the man felt it was a hopeless chase, and that he was no match for the fox. So the fox drove on in peace, till he reached the cave where all his stores were kept, and then he began to wonder whom he could get to help him kill his reindeer, for though he could steal reindeer, he was too small to kill them. After all, it will be quite easy, thought he, and he bade a squirrel, who was watching him on a tree close by, take a message to all the robber beasts of the forest, and in less than half an hour a great crashing of branches was heard, and bears, wolves, snakes, mice, frogs, and other creatures came pressing up to the cave. When they heard why they had been summoned, they declared themselves ready, each one to do his part. The bear took his crossbow from his neck and shot the reindeer in the chin, and from that day to this every reindeer has a mark in that same spot, which is always known as the bear's arrow. The wolf shot him in the thigh, and the sign of his arrow still remains. So with the mouse and the viper and all the rest, even the frog, and at the last the reindeer all died, and the fox did nothing but looked on. "I really must go down to the brook and wash myself," said he, though he was perfectly clean, and he went under the bank and hid himself behind a stone. From there he set up the most frightful shrieks, so that the animals fled away in all directions. Only the mouse and the ermine remained where they were, for they thought that they were much too small to be noticed. The fox continued his shrieks till he felt sure that the animals must have got to a safe distance. Then he crawled out of his hiding place and went to the bodies of the reindeer, which he now had all to himself. He gathered a bundle of sticks for a fire, and was just preparing to cook a steak, when his enemy the Lapp came up, panting with haste and excitement. "What are you doing there?" cried he. "Why did you palm off those bones on me? And why, when you got the reindeer, did you kill them?" "Dear brother," answered the fox with a sob, "do not blame me for this misfortune. It is my comrades who have slain them in spite of my prayers." The man made no reply, for the white fur of the ermine, who was crouching with the mouse behind some stones, had just caught his eye. He hastily seized the iron hook which hung over the fire and flung it at the little creature, but the ermine was too quick for him, and the hook only touched the top of its tail, and that has remained black to this day. As for the mouse, the Lapp threw a half burnt stick after him, and though it was not enough to hurt him, his beautiful white skin was smeared all over with it, and all the washing in the world did not make him clean again. And the man would have been wiser if he had let the ermine and the mouse alone, for for when he turned around again he found he was alone. Directly the fox noticed that his enemy's attention had wandered from himself, he watched his chance, and stole softly away until he had reached a clump of thick bushes, where he ran as fast as he could, till he reached the river, where a man was mending his boat. "Oh, I wish I had a boat to mend too!" he cried, sitting up on his hind legs and looking into the man's face. "Stop your silly chatter," answered the man crossly, "or I will give you a bath in the river." "Oh, I do wish I had a boat to mend!" cried the fox again, as if he had not heard, and the man grew angry and seized him by the tail and threw him far out in the stream, close to the edge of an island, which was just what the fox wanted. He easily scrambled up, and sitting on top, he called, "Hasten, hasten, O fishes, and carry me to the other side." And the fishes left the stones where they had been sleeping and the pools where they had been feeding, and hurried to see who could get to the island first. "I have won!" shouted the pike. "Jump on my back, dear fox, and you will find yourself in a trice on the opposite shore." "No, thank you," answered the fox. "Your back is much too weak for me. I should break it." "Try mine," said the eel, who had wriggled to the front. "No, thank you," replied the fox again. "I should slip over your head and be drowned." "You won't slip on my back," said the perch, coming forward. "No, but you are really too rough," returned the fox. "Well, you can have no fault to find with me," put in the trout. "Good gracious, are you here?" exclaimed the fox. "But I'm afraid to trust myself to you either." At this moment a fine salmon swam slowly up. "Ah, yes, you are the person I want," said the fox. "But come near, so that I may get on your back without wetting my feet." So the salmon swam close under the island, and when he was touching it, the fox seized him in his claws and drew him out of the water and put him on a spit while he kindled a fire to cook him by. When everything was ready, and the water in the pot was getting hot, he popped him in, and waited till he thought the salmon was nearly boiled. But as he stooped down, the water gave a sudden fizzle and splashed into the fox's eyes, blinding him. He started backwards with a cry of pain, and sat still for some minutes, rocking himself to and fro. When he was a little better, he rose and walked down the road till he met a grouse, who stopped and asked what was the matter. "Have you a pair of eyes anywhere about you?" asked the fox politely. "No, I'm afraid I haven't," answered the grouse, and passed on. A little while after, the fox heard the buzzing of an early bee, whom a gleam of sun had tempted out. "Do you happen to have an extra pair of eyes anywhere?" asked the fox. "I'm sorry to say I have only those I am using," replied the bee, and the fox went on till he nearly fell over an asp who was gliding across the road. "I should be so glad if you would tell me where I could get a pair of eyes," said the fox. "I suppose you don't happen to have any you could lend me?" "Well, if you only want them for a short time, perhaps I could manage," answered the asp, "but I can't do without them for long." "Oh, it's only for a very short time that I need them," said the fox. "I have a pair of my own just behind that hill, and when I find them I will bring yours back to you. Perhaps you will keep these till then." So he took the eyes out of his own head and popped them into the head of the asp, and put the asp's eyes in their place. As he was running off, he cried over his shoulder, "As long as the world lasts, the asp's eyes will go down in the heads of foxes from generation to generation." And so it has been. And if you look at the eyes of an asp, you will see that they are all burnt, and though thousands and thousands of years have gone by since the fox was going about playing tricks upon everybody he met, the asp still bears the traces of the day when the sly creature cooked the salmon. End of Section 20. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Section 21 of the Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Keeza the Cat. Once upon a time there lived a queen who had a beautiful cat, the color of smoke, with china blue eyes, which she was very fond of. The cat was constantly with her, and ran after her wherever she went, and even sat up proudly by her side when she drove out in her fine glass coach. "Oh, Pussy," said the queen one day, "you are happier than I am, for you have a dear kitten just like yourself, and I have nobody to play with but you." "Don't cry," answered the cat, laying her paw on her mistress's arm. "Crying never does any good. I will see what can be done." The cat was as good as her word. As soon as she returned from her drive, she trotted off to the forest to consult a fairy who dwelt there, and very soon after the queen had a little girl who seemed made out of snow and sunbeams. The queen was delighted, and soon the baby began to take notice of the kitten as she jumped about the room, and would not go to sleep at all unless the kitten lay curled up beside her. 2 or 3 months went by, and though the baby was still a baby, the kitten was fast becoming a cat. And one evening, when as usual the nurse came to look for her to put her in the baby's cot, she was nowhere to be found. What a hunt there was for that kitten, to be sure! The servants, each anxious to find her, as the queen was certain to reward the lucky man, searched in the most impossible places. Boxes were opened that would hardly have held the kitten's paw. Books were taken from bookshelves lest the kitten should have gotten behind them. Drawers were pulled out, for perhaps the kitten might have got shut in. But it was all no use. The kitten had plainly run away, and nobody could tell if it would ever choose to come back. Years passed away, and one day when the princess was playing ball in the garden, she happened to throw her ball farther than usual, and it fell into a clump of rose bushes. The princess, of course, ran after it at once, and she was stooping down to feel if it was hidden in the long grass, when she heard a voice calling her. "Ingiborg, Ingiborg," it said, "have you forgotten me? I am Keeza, your sister." "But I never had a sister," answered Ingiborg, very much puzzled, for she knew nothing of what had taken place so long ago. "Don't you remember how I always slept in your cot beside you, and how you cried till I came? But girls have no memories at all. Why, I could find my way straight up to that cot this moment, if I was once inside the palace." "Why did you go away then?" asked the princess. But before Keeza could answer, Ingiborg's attendants arrived breathless on the scene, and were so horrified at the sight of a strange cat that Keeza plunged into the bushes and went back into the forest. The princess was very much vexed with her ladies in waiting for frightening away her old playfellow, and told the queen, who came to her room every evening to bid her good night. "Yes, it is quite true what Keeza said," answered the queen. "I should have liked to see her again. Perhaps some day she will return, and then you must bring her to me." Next morning it was very hot, and the princess declared that she must go play in the forest, where it was always cool, under the big shady trees. As usual, her attendants let her do anything she pleased, and sitting down on a mossy bank where a little stream tinkled by, soon fell sound asleep. The princess saw with delight that they would pay no heed to her, and wandered on, expecting every moment to see some fairies dancing around a ring, or some little brown elves peeping at her from behind a tree. But alas! she met none of these. Instead, a horrible giant came out of his cave and ordered her to follow him. The princess felt much afraid, as he was so big and ugly, and began to be sorry that she had not stayed within reach of help. But as there was no use in disobeying the giant, she walked meekly behind. They went a long way, and Ingiborg grew very tired, and at length began to cry. "I don't like girls who make horrid noises," said the giant, turning round. "But if you want to cry, I will give you something to cry for." And drawing an axe from his belt, he cut off both her feet, which he picked up and put in his pocket. Then he went away. Poor Ingiborg lay on the grass in terrible pain, and wondering if she should stay there till she died. as no one would know where to look for her. How long it was since she had set out in the morning she could not tell. It seemed years to her, of course, but the sun was still high in the heavens when she heard the sound of wheels, and then with a great effort, for her throat was parched with fright and pain, she gave a shout. "I am coming," was the answer, and in another moment a cart made its way through the trees, driven by Kee'seh, who used her tail as a whip to urge the horse to go faster. Directly Kee'seh saw Ingiborg lying there. She jumped quickly down, and lifting the girl carefully in her two front paws, laid her upon some soft hay, and drove back to her own little hut. In the corner of the room was a pile of cushions, and these Kee'seh arranged as a bed. Ingiborg, who by this time was nearly fainting from all she had gone through, drank greedily some milk, and then sank back on the cushions while Kee'seh fetched some dried herbs from a cupboard, soaked them in warm water, and tied them on the bleeding legs. The pain vanished at once, and Ingiborg looked up and smiled at Kee'seh. "You will go to sleep now," said the cat, "and you will not mind if I leave you for a little while. I will lock the door, and no one can hurt you." But before she had finished, the princess was asleep. Then Kee'seh got into the cart which was standing at the door, and catching up the reins, drove straight to the giant's cave. Leaving her cart behind some trees, Kee'seh crept gently up to the open door, and, crouching down, listened to what the giant was telling his wife, who was at supper with him. "The first day that I can spare I shall just go back and kill her," he said. "It would never do for people in the forest to know that a mere girl can defy me." And he and his wife were so busy calling Ingiborg all sorts of names for her bad behaviour, that they never noticed Kee'seh stealing into a dark corner and upsetting a whole bag of salt into the great pot before the fire. "Dear me, how thirsty I am!" cried the giant, by and by. "So am I," answered the wife. "I do wish I had not taken that last spoonful of broth. I am sure something was wrong with it. If I don't get some water, I shall die," went on the giant, and rushing out of the cave, followed by his wife, he ran down the path which led to the river. Then Kee'seh entered the hut, and lost no time in searching every hole till she came upon some grass, under which Ingiborg's feet were hidden, and putting them in her cart, drove back again to her own hut. Ingiborg was thankful to see her, for she had lain too frightened to sleep, trembling at every noise. "Oh, is it you?" she cried joyfully, as Kee'seh turned the key, and the cat came in, holding up the two neat little feet in their silver slippers. "In 2 minutes they shall be as tight as they ever were," said Kee'seh, and taking some strings of the magic grass, which the giant had carelessly heaped on them, she bound the feet on to the legs above. "Of course you won't be able to walk for some time. You must not expect that," she continued; "but if you are very good, perhaps in about a week I may carry you home again." And so she did; and when the cat drove the cart up to the palace gate, lashing the horse furiously with her tail, and the king and queen saw their lost daughter sitting beside her, they declared that no reward could be too great for the person who had brought her out of the giant's hands. "We will talk about that by and by," said the cat, as she made her best bow and turned her horse's head. The princess was very unhappy when Kee'seh left her without even bidding her farewell. She would neither eat nor drink, nor take any notice of all the beautiful dresses her parents bought for her. "She will die unless we can make her laugh," one whispered to the other. "Is there anything in the world that we have left untried?" "Nothing except marriage," answered the king, and he invited all the handsomest young men he could think of to the palace, and bade the princess choose a husband from among them. It took her some time to decide which she admired the most, but at last she fixed upon a young prince, whose eyes were like the pools in the forest, and his hair of bright gold. The king and the queen were greatly pleased, as the young man was the son of a neighbouring king, and they gave orders that a splendid feast should be got ready. When the marriage was over, Kee'seh suddenly stood before them, and Ingiborg rushed forward, and clasped her in her arms. "I have come to claim my reward," said the cat. "Let me sleep for this night at the foot of your bed." "Is that all?" asked Ingiborg, much disappointed. "Is it enough?" answered the cat. And when the morning dawned, it was no cat that lay upon the bed, but a beautiful princess. "My mother and I were both enchanted by a spiteful fairy," said she. "We could not free ourselves till we had done some kindly deed that had never been wrought before. My mother died without ever finding a chance of doing anything new, but I took advantage of the evil act of the giant to make you as whole as ever." Then they were all more delighted than before, and the princess lived in the court until she, too, married and went away to govern one of her own. End of Keys of the Cat.
Section 22 of the Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Garrett. The Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Lion and the Cat. Far away, on the other side of the world, there lived, long ago, a lion and his younger brother, the wild cat, who were so fond of each other that they shared the same hut. The lion was much the bigger and stronger of the two. Indeed, he was much bigger and stronger than any of the beasts that dwelt in the forest, and besides, he could jump farther and run faster than all the rest. If strength and swiftness could gain him dinner, he was sure never to be without one. But when it came to cunning, both the grizzly bear and the serpent could get the better of him, and he was forced to call in the help of the wild cat. Now the young wild cat had a lovely golden ball, so beautiful that you could hardly look at it except through a piece of smoked glass, and he kept it hidden in the thick fur muff that went around his neck. A very large old animal, since dead, had given it to him when he was hardly more than a baby, and had told him never to part with it, for as long as he kept it, no harm could ever come near him. In general, the wild cat did not need to use his ball, for the lion was fond of hunting, and could kill all the food they needed, but now and then his life would have been in danger had it not been for the golden ball. One day the two brothers started to hunt at daybreak, but as the cat could not run nearly as fast as the lion, he had quite a long start. At least he thought it was a long one, but in a very few bounds and springs the lion reached his side. "There is a bear sitting on that tree," he whispered softly. "He is only waiting for us to pass, to drop down on my back." "Ah, you are so big that he does not see that I am behind you," answered the cat, and touching the ball he just said, "Bear, die," and the bear tumbled dead out of the tree and rolled over just in front of them. For some time they trotted on without any adventures, till just as they were about to cross a strip of dead grass on the edge of the forest, the lion's quick ears detected a faint rustling noise. "That is a snake!" he cried, stopping short, for he was much more afraid of snakes than of bears. "Oh, it is all right," answered the cat. "Snake, die." And the snake died, and the two brothers skinned it. Then they folded the skin up into a very small parcel, and the cat tucked it into his mane, for snake skins can do all sorts of wonderful things, if you are lucky enough to have one of them. All this time they had had no dinner, for the snake's flesh was not nice, and the lion did not like eating bear, perhaps because he never felt sure that the bear was really dead, and would not jump up alive when his enemy went near him. Most people are afraid of something, and bears and serpents were the only creatures that caused the lion's heart to tremble. So the two brothers set off again, and soon reached the side of a hill, where some fine deer were grazing. "Kill one of those deer for your own dinner," said the boy brother, "but catch me another alive. I want him." The lion at once sprang towards them with a loud roar, but the deer bounded away, and they were all three soon lost to sight. The cat waited for a long while, but finding that the lion did not return, went back to the house where they lived. It was quite dark when the lion came home, where his brother was sitting curled up in one corner. "Did you catch a deer for me?" asked the boy brother, springing up. "Well, no," replied the man brother. "The fact is that I did not get up to them till we had run half way across the world, and left the wind far behind us. Think what a trouble it would have been to drag it here, so I just ate them both." The cat said nothing, but he did not feel that he loved his big brother. He had thought a great deal about that deer, and had meant to get on his back to ride him as a horse, and to go see all the wonderful places the lion talked to him about when he was in a good temper. The more he thought about it, the more sulky he grew, and in the morning, when the lion said that it was time for them to start to hunt, the cat told him that he might kill the bear and snake by himself, as he had a headache and would rather stay at home. The little fellow knew quite well that the lion would not dare to go out without him and his ball for fear of meeting a bear or a snake. The quarrel went on, and for many days neither of the brothers spoke to each other. And what made them still more cross was that they could get very little to eat, and we know that people are often cross when they are hungry. At last it occurred to the lion that if he could only steal the magic ball he could kill bears and snakes for himself, and then the cat might be as sulky as he liked for anything that it would matter. But how was the stealing to be done? The cat had the ball hung around his neck day and night, and he was such a light sleeper that it was useless to think of taking it while he slept. No, the only thing was to get him to lend it of his own accord, and after some days the lion, who was not at all clever, hit upon a plan he thought would do. "Dear me, how dull it is here!" said the lion one afternoon, when the rain was pouring down in such torrents that, however sharp your eyes or your nose might be, you could not spy a single bird or beast among the bushes. "Dear me, how dull, how dreadfully dull I am! Couldn't we have a game of catch with that golden ball of yours?" "I don't care about playing catch, as it does not amuse me," answered the cat, who was as cross as ever, for no cat, even to this day, ever forgets an injury done to him. "Well, then, lend me the ball for a while, and I will play by myself," replied the lion, stretching out a paw as he spoke. "You can't play in the rain, and if you did you would only lose it in the bushes," said the cat. "Oh, no, I won't. I will play in here. Don't be so ill-natured." And with a very bad grace the cat untied the string and threw the golden ball into the lion's lap, and composed himself to sleep again. For a long while the lion tossed it up and down gaily, feeling that, however sound asleep the boy brother might look, he was sure to have one eye open. But gradually he began to edge closer to the opening, and at last gave such a toss that the ball went up high into the air, and he could not see what became of it. "Oh, how stupid of me!" he cried, as the cat sprang up angrily. "Let us go out at once and search for it. It really can't have fallen very far." But though they searched that day and the next after that, they never found it, because it never came down. After the loss of his ball, the cat refused to live with the lion any longer, but wandered away to the north, always hoping he would meet with his ball again. But months passed and years passed, and though he travelled over hundreds of miles, he never saw any traces of it. At length, when he was getting quite old, he came to a place unlike that he had ever seen before, where a big river rolled right to the foot of some high mountains. The ground all about the river bank was damp and marshy, and as no cat likes to wet his feet, this one climbed a tree that rose high above the water, and thought sadly of his lost ball, which would have helped him out of this horrible place. Suddenly he saw a beautiful ball, for all the world like his own, dangling from a branch of the tree he was on. He longed to get at it, but was the branch strong enough to bear his weight? It was no use, after all he had done, getting drowned in the water. However, it could do no harm, and if he was to go a little way, he could always manage to get back somehow. So he stretched himself at full length upon the branch, and wriggled his body cautiously along. To his delight it seemed thick and stout. Another movement, and by stretching out his paw he would be able to draw the string towards him, when the branch gave a loud crack, and the cat made haste to wriggle himself back the way he had come. But when cats make up their mind to do anything, they generally do it, and this cat began to look about to see if there was really no way of getting at his ball. Yes, there was, and it was much surer than the other, though rather more difficult. Above the bough where his ball was hung was another bough much thicker, which he knew could not break with his weight, and by holding on tight to this with all four paws, he could just manage to touch the ball with his tail. He would thus be able to whisk the ball to and fro till, by and by, the string would come quite loose, and it would fall to the ground. It might take some time, but the lion's little brother was patient, like most cats. Well, it all happened just as the cat intended it should, and when the ball dropped to the ground the cat ran down the tree like lightning, and picking it up tucked it away in the snake skin around his neck. Then he began jumping along the shore of the big water from one place to another, trying to find a boat, or even a log of wood that would take him across. But there was nothing. Only, on the other side, he saw two girls cooking, and though he shouted to them at the top of his voice, they were too far off to hear what he said. And what was worse, the ball suddenly fell out of its snakeskin right back into the river. Now, it is not at all an uncommon thing for balls to tumble into rivers, but in that case they generally either fall to the bottom and stay there, or else bob about on the top of the water, close to where they first touched it. But this ball, instead of doing either of those things, went straight across to the other side, and there one of the girls saw it when she stooped to dip some water into her pail. "Oh, what a lovely ball!" cried she, and tried to catch it with her pail, but the ball always kept bobbing just out of her reach. "Come and help me!" she called to her sister, and after a long while they had the ball safe inside the pail. They were delighted with their new toy, and one or the other held it in her hand till bedtime came, and then it was long time before they could make up their minds where it would be safest for the night. At last they locked it in a cupboard in one corner of their room, and as there was no hole anywhere, the ball could not possibly get out. After that they went to sleep. In the morning the first thing they both did was to run to the cupboard and unlock it. But when the door opened they started back, for instead of the ball there stood a handsome young man. "Ladies," he said, "how can I ever thank you for what you have done for me? Long, long ago I was enchanted by a wicked fairy, and condemned to the shape of a ball, till I could meet with two maidens, who would take me to their own home. But where was I to meet them? For hundreds of years I have lived in the depths of the forest, where nothing but wild beasts ever came, and it was only when the lion threw me into the sky that I was able to fall to the earth near this river. Where there is a river, sooner or later people will come, so hanging myself on a tree I watched and waited. For a moment I lost heart when I fell once more into the hands of my old master the wild cat, but my hopes rose again as I saw he was making for the river bank opposite where you were standing. That was my chance and I took it. And now, ladies, I have only to say that, if I ever can do anything to help you, go to the top of that high mountain and knock 3 times at the iron door at the north side, and I will come to you." So, with a low bow, he vanished from before them, leaving the maidens weeping at having lost in one moment both the ball and the prince. End of The Lion and the Cat. Recording by Grace Garrett.
Section 23 of The Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Which was the foolishest? In a little village that stood on a wide plain, where you could see the sun from the moment he rose to the moment he set, there lived 2 couples side by side. The men, who worked under the same master, were quite good friends, but the wives were always quarreling, and the subject they quarreled most about was, which of the 2 had the stupidest husband. Unlike most women, who think that anything that belongs to them must be better than what belongs to anyone else, each thought her husband the more foolish of the 2. "You should just see what he does," one said to her neighbor. "He puts on the baby's frock upside down, and one day I found him trying to feed her with boiling soup, and her mouth was scalded for days after. Then he picks up stones in the road and sows them instead of potatoes, and one day he wanted to go into the garden from the top window, because he declared it was a shorter way than through the door." "That is bad enough, of course," answered the other, "but it is really nothing to what I have to endure every day from my husband. If, when I am busy, I ask him to go and feed the poultry, he is certain to give them some poisonous stuff instead of their proper food, and when I visit the yard next I find them all dead. Once he even took my best bonnet when I had gone away to my sick mother, and when I came back I found he had given it to the hen to lay her eggs in. And you know yourself that only last week, when I sent him to buy a cask of butter, he returned driving 150 ducks which someone had induced him to take, and not one of them would lay." "Yes, I am afraid he is trying," replied the first, But let us put them to the proof, and see which of them is the most foolish." So, about the time that she expected her husband home from work, she got out her spinning wheel and sat busily turning it, taking care not even to look up from her work when the man came in. For some minutes he stood with his mouth open watching her, and as she still remained silent, he said at last, "Have you gone mad, wife, that you sit spinning without anything on the wheel?" "You may think that there is nothing on it," answered she, "but I can assure you that there is a large skein of wool, so fine that nobody can see it, which will be woven into a coat for you." "Dear me," he replied, "what a clever wife I have got! If you had not told me, I should never have known that there was any wool on the wheel at all. But now I really do seem to see something." The woman smiled and was silent, and after spinning busily for an hour more, she got up from her stoop and began to weave as fast as she could. At last she got up, and said to her husband, "I am too tired to finish it tonight, so I shall go to bed, and tomorrow I shall only have the cutting and stitching to do." So the next morning she got up early, and after she had cleaned her house and fed her chickens and put everything in its place again, she bent over the kitchen table, and the sound of her big scissors might be heard snip, snap, as far as the garden. Her husband could not see anything to snip at, but then he was so stupid that was not surprising. After the cutting came the sewing. The woman patted and pinned and fixed and joined, and then, turning to the man, she said, "Now it is ready for you to try on." And she made him take off his coat and stand up in front of her, and once more she patted and pinned and fixed and joined, and was very careful in smoothing out every wrinkle. "It does not feel very warm," observed the man at last, when he had borne all this patiently for a long time. "That is because it is so fine," answered she. "You do not want it to be as thick as the rough clothes you wear every day." He did, but was ashamed to say so, and only answered, "Well, I am sure it must be beautiful, since you say so, and I shall be smarter than any one in the whole village. What a splendid coat!" they will exclaim when they see me. But it is not everybody who has a wife as clever as mine. Meanwhile, the other wife was not idle. As soon as her husband entered, she looked at him with such a look of terror that the poor man was quite frightened. "Why do you stare at me so? Is there anything the matter?" asked he. "Oh, go to bed at once!" she cried. "You must be very ill indeed to look like that." The man was rather surprised at first, as he felt particularly well that evening, but the moment his wife spoke, he became quite certain that he had something dreadful the matter with him, and grew quite pale. "I dare say it would be the best place for me," he answered, trembling, and he suffered his wife to take him upstairs and help him off with his clothes. "If you sleep well during the night, there may be a chance for you," said she, shaking her head, as she tucked him up warmly. "But if not—" And of course the poor man never closed an eye till the sun rose. "How do you feel this morning?" asked the woman, coming in on tiptoe when her housework was finished. "Oh, bad, very bad indeed," answered he. "I have not slept for a moment. Can you think of nothing to make me better?" "I will try everything that is possible," said the wife, who did not in the least wish her husband to die, but was determined to show that he was more foolish than the other man. "I will get some dried herbs and make you a drink, but I am very much afraid that it is too late. Why did you not tell me before?" "I thought perhaps the pain would go off in a day or two, and besides, I did not want to make you unhappy," answered the man, who was by this time quite sure he had been suffering tortures and had borne them like a hero. "Of course, if I had had any idea how ill I really was, I should have spoken at once." "Well, well, I will see what can be done," said the wife, "but talking is not good for you. Lie still, and keep yourself warm." All that day the man lay in bed, and whenever his wife entered the room and asked him, with a shake of the head, how he felt, he always replied that he was getting worse. At last, in the evening, she burst into tears, and when he inquired what was the matter, she sobbed out, "Oh, my poor, poor husband, are you really dead? I must go to-morrow and order your coffin." Now, when the man heard this, a cold shiver ran through his body, and all at once he knew that he was as well as he had ever been in his life. "Oh, no, no!" he cried. "I feel quite recovered. Indeed, I think I shall go out to work." "You will do no such thing," replied his wife. "Just keep quite quiet, for before the sun rises you will be a dead man." The man was very frightened at her words, and lay absolutely still while the undertaker came and measured him for his coffin, and his wife gave orders to the gravedigger about his grave. That evening the coffin was sent home, and in the morning at 9 o'clock the woman put him on a long flannel garment, and called to the undertaker's men to fasten down the lid and carry him to the grave, where all their friends were waiting them. Just as the body was being placed in the ground, the other woman's husband came running up, dressed, as far as anyone could see, in no clothes at all. Everybody burst out into shouts of laughter at the sight of him, and the men laid down the coffin and laughed too, till their sides nearly split. The dead man was so astonished at this behavior that he peeped out of a little window in the side of the coffin and cried out, "I should laugh as loudly as any of you if I were not a dead man." When they heard the voice coming from the coffin, the other people suddenly stopped laughing, and stood as if they had been turned into stone. Then they rushed with one accord to the coffin, and lifted the lid so that the man could step out amongst them. "Were you really not dead after all?" asked they. "And if not, why did you let yourself be buried?" At this the wives both confessed that they had each wished to prove that her husband was stupider than the other. But the villagers declared that they could not decide which was the most foolish, the man who allowed himself to be persuaded that he was wearing fine clothes when he was dressed in nothing, or the man who let himself be buried when he was alive and well. So the women quarreled just as much as they did before, and no one ever knew whose husband was the most foolish. End of Which Was the Foolishest? Section 24 of The Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Asmund and Signy. Long, long ago, in the days when fairies, witches, giants, and ogres still visited the earth, there lived a king who reigned over a great and beautiful country. He was married to a wife whom he dearly loved, and had two most promising children, a son called Asmund, and a daughter who was named Signy. The king and queen were very anxious to bring their children up well, and the young prince and princess were taught everything likely to make them clever and accomplished. They lived at home in their father's palace, and he spared no pains to make their lives happy. Prince Asmund dearly loved all outdoor sports and an open-air life, and from his earliest childhood he had longed to live entirely in the forest close by. After many arguments and entreaties, he succeeded in persuading the king to give him 2 great oak trees for his very own. "Now," said he to his sister, "I will have the trees hollowed out, and then I will make rooms in them and furnish them so that I shall be able to live out in the forest." "Oh, Asmund!" exclaimed Signy, "what a delightful idea! Do let me come too, and live in one of your trees. I will bring all my pretty things and ornaments, and the trees are so near home we shall be quite safe in them." Asmund, who was extremely fond of his sister, readily consented, and they had a very happy time together, carrying over all their pet treasures, and Signy's jewels and other ornaments, and arranging them in the pretty little rooms inside the trees. Unfortunately, sadder days were to come. A war with another country broke out, and the king had to lead his army against their enemy. During his absence the queen fell ill, and after lingering for some time she died, to the great grief of her children. They made up their minds to live all together for a time in their trees, and for this purpose they had provisions enough stored up inside to last them a year. Now I must tell you, in another country a long way off, there reigned a king who had an only son named Ring. Prince Ring had heard so much about the beauty and goodness of Princess Signy that he determined to marry her if possible. So he begged his father to let him have a ship for the voyage, set sail with a favorable wind, and after a time landed in the country where Signy lived. The prince lost no time in setting out for the royal palace, and on his way there he met such a wonderfully lovely woman that he felt he had never seen such beauty in all his life. He stopped her, and at once asked who she was. "I am Signy, the king's daughter," was the reply. Then the prince inquired why she was wandering about all by herself, and she told him that since her mother's death she was so sad that whilst her father was away she preferred being alone. Ring was quite deceived by her, and never guessed that she was not Princess Signy at all, but a strong, gigantic, wicked witch, bent on deceiving him under a beautiful shape. He confided to her that he had travelled all the way from his own country for her sake, having fallen in love with the accounts he had heard of her beauty, and he then and there asked her to be his wife. The witch listened to all he said, and, much pleased, ended by accepting his offer, but she begged him to return to his ship for a little while, as she wished to go some way further into the forest, promising to join him later on. Prince Ring did as she wished, and went back to his ship to wait, whilst she walked on into the forest till she reached the 2 oak trees. Here she resumed her own gigantic shape, tore up the trees by their roots, threw one of them over her back and clasped the other to her breast, carried them down to the shore and waded out with them to the ship. She took care not to be noticed as she reached the ship, and directly she got on board she once more changed to her former lovely appearance, and told the prince that her luggage was now all on board, and that they need wait for nothing more. The prince gave orders to set sail at once, and after a fine voyage landed in his own country, where his parents and his only sister received him with the greatest joy and affection. The false Signy was also very kindly welcomed. A beautiful house was got ready for her, and Prince Ring had the 2 oaks planted in the garden just in front of her windows, so that she might have the pleasure of seeing them constantly. He often went to visit the witch, whom he believed to be Princess Signy, and one day he asked, "Don't you think we might be married before long?" "Yes," said she, quite pleased. "I am quite ready to marry you whenever you like." "Then," replied Ring, "let us decide on this day fortnight. And see, I have brought you some stuff to make your wedding dress of." So saying, he gave her a large piece of the most beautiful brocade, all woven over with gold threads, and embroidered with pearls and other jewels. The prince had hardly left her before the witch resumed her proper shape and tore about the room, raging and storming, and flinging the beautiful silk on the floor. What was she to do with such things? She roared. She did not know how to sew or make clothes, and she was sure to die of starvation into the bargain if her brother Ironhead did not come soon and bring her some raw meat and bones, for she really could eat nothing else. As she was raving and roaring in this frantic manner, part of the floor suddenly opened, and a huge giant rose up carrying a great chest in his arms. The witch was enchanted at this sight, and eagerly helped her brother to set down and open the chest, which was full of the ghastly food she had been longing for. The horrid pair set to, and greedily devoured it all, and when the chest was quite empty, the giant put it on his shoulder and disappeared as he had come, without leaving any trace of his visit. But his sister did not keep quiet for long, and tore and pulled at the rich brocade as if she wanted to destroy it, stamping about and shouting angrily. Now, all this time, Prince Asmund and his sister sat in their trees just outside the window, and saw all that was going on. "Dear Signy," said Asmund, "do try to get a hold of that piece of brocade, and make the clothes yourself, for really we shall have no rest day or night with such a noise." "I will try," said Signy. "It won't be an easy matter, but it's worth while taking some trouble to have a little peace." So she watched for an opportunity, and managed to carry off the brocade the first time the witch left her room. Then she set to work, cutting out and sewing as best she could, and by the end of 6 days she had turned it into an elegant robe, with a long train and a mantle. When it was finished, she climbed to the top of her tree and contrived to throw the clothes onto a table through the open window. How delighted the witch was when she found the clothes all finished! The next time Prince Ring came to see her she gave them to him, and he paid her many compliments on her skilful work, after which he took leave of her in the most friendly manner. But he had scarcely left the house when the witch began to rage as furiously as ever, and never stopped till her brother Ironhead appeared. When Asmund saw all these wild doings from his tree, he felt he could no longer keep silence. He went to Prince Ring and said, "Do come with me and see the strange things that are happening in the new princess's room." The prince was not a little surprised, but he consented to hide himself with Asmund behind the paneling of the room, from where they could see all that went on through a little slit. The witch was raving and roaring as usual, and said to her brother, "Once I am married to the king's son I shall be better off than now. I shall take care to have all that pack of courtiers put to death, and then I shall send for all my relations to come and live here instead. I fancy the giants will enjoy themselves very much with me and my husband." When Prince Ring heard this he fell into such a rage that he ordered the house to be set on fire, and it was burnt to the ground, with the witch and her brother in it. Asmund then told the prince about the 2 oak trees, and took him to see them. The prince was quite astonished at them and at all their contents, but still more so at the extreme beauty of Signy. He fell in love with her at once, and entreated her to marry him, which, after a time, she consented to do. Asmund, on his side, asked for the hand of Prince Ring's sister, which was gladly granted him, and the double wedding was celebrated with great rejoicings. After this, Prince Asmund and his bride returned to his country to live with the king his father. The 2 couples often met, and lived happily for many, many years. And that is the end of the story. End of Asmund and Signy.
Section 25 of the Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sukaina Jaffer. The Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Rubezahl. Over all the vast underworld, the mountain gnome Rubezahl was lord, and busy enough the care of his dominions kept him. There were the endless treasure chambers to be gone through, and the hosts of gnomes to be kept to their tasks. Some built strong barriers to hold back the fiery vapors, to change dull stones to precious metal, or were hard at work, filling every cranny of the rocks with diamonds and rubies. For Rubezahl loved all pretty things. Sometimes the fancy would take him to leave those gloomy regions, and come out upon the green earth for a while, and bask in the sunshine and hear the birds sing. and as gnomes live many hundreds of years, he saw strange things. For the first time he came up, the great hills were covered with thick forests in which wild animals roamed, and Rubezahl watched the fierce fights between bear and bison, or chased the gray wolves, or amused himself by rolling great rocks down into the desolate valleys, to hear the thunder of their fall echoing among the hills. But the next time he ventured above ground, what was his surprise to find everything changed. The dark woods were hewed down, and in their place appeared blossoming orchards, surrounded cozy-looking thatched cottages. For every chimney the blue smoke curled peacefully into the air. Sheep and oxen fed in the flowery meadows, while from the shade of hedges came the music of the shepherd's pipe. The strangeness and the pleasantness of the sight so delighted the gnome that he never thought of resenting the intrusion of these unexpected guests, who, without saying "by your leave" or "with your leave," had made themselves so very much at home upon his hills. Nor did he wish to interfere with their doings, but left them in quiet possession of their homes, as a good householder leaves in peace the swallows who have built their nests under his eaves. He was indeed greatly minded to make friends with this being called man. So, taking the form of an old field laborer, he entered the service of a farmer. Under his care all the crops flourished exceedingly, but the master proved to be wasteful and ungrateful, and Rubezahl soon left him and went to be shepherd to his next neighbor. He tended the flock so diligently, and knew so well where to lead the sheep to the sweetest pastures, and where among the hills to look for any who strayed away, that they too prospered under his care, and not one was lost or torn by wolves. But this new master was a hard man, and begrudged him his well-earned wages, so he ran away and went to serve the judge. Here he upheld the law with might and main, and was a terror to thieves and evil-doers. But the judge was a bad man, who took bribes and despised the law. Rubezahl would not be the tool of an unjust man, and so he told his master, who thereupon ordered him to be thrown in prison. Of course that did not trouble the gnome at all. He simply got out through the keyhole and went away, down to his underground palace, very much disappointed by his first experience of mankind. But as time went on, he forgot the disagreeable things that had happened to him, and thought he would take another look at the upper world. So he stole into the valley, keeping himself carefully hidden in copse or hedgerow, and very soon met with an adventure. For peeping through a screen of leaves, he saw before him a green lawn, where stood a charming maiden, fresh as the spring and beautiful to look upon. Around her upon the grass lay her young companions, as if they had thrown themselves down to rest after some merry game. Beyond them flowed a little brook, into which a waterfall leapt from a high rock, filling the air with its pleasant sound and making a coolness even in the sultry noontide. The sight of the maiden so pleased the gnome that for the first time he wished himself a mortal, and longing for a better view of the gay company, he changed himself into a raven and perched upon an oak tree which overhung the brook. But he soon found that this was not all a good plan. He could only see with a raven's eyes, and feel as a raven feels, and a nest of field mice at the foot of the tree interested him far more than the sport of the maidens. When he understood this, he flew down again in a great hurry into the thicket, and took the form of a handsome young man. That was the best way, and he fell in love with the girl then and there. The fair maiden was the daughter of the king of the country, and she often wandered in the forest with her playfellows, gathering the wild flowers and fruits, till the midday heat drove the merry band to the shady lawn by the brook to rest, or to bathe in the cool waters. On this particular morning the fancy took them to wander off again into the wood. This was Master Basil's opportunity. Stepping out of his hiding place, he stood in the midst of this little lawn, weaving his magic spells, till slowly all about him changed. And when the maidens returned at noon to their favorite resting place, they stood lost in amazement and almost fancied that they must be dreaming. The red rocks had become white marble and alabaster. The stream that murmured and struggled before in its rocky bed flowed in silence, now in its smooth channel from which a clear fountain leapt, to fall again in showers of diamond drops, now on this side, now on that, as the wandering breeze scattered it. Daisies and forget-me-nots fringed its brink, while tall hedges of roses and jasmine ringed it round, making the sweetest and daintiest bower imaginable. To the right and left of the waterfall opened out a wonderful grotto, its walls and arches glittering with many-colored rock crystals, while in every niche were spread out strange fruits and sweetmeats, the very sight of which made the princess long to taste them. She hesitated a while, however, scarcely able to believe her eyes, and not knowing if she could enter the enchanted spot or fly from it. But at length curiosity prevailed, and she and her companions explored to their heart's content, and tasted and examined everything, running hither and thither in high glee, and calling merrily to each other. At last, when they were quite weary, the princess cried out suddenly that nothing would content her but to bathe in the marble pool, which certainly did look very inviting. And they all went gaily to this new amusement. The princess was ready first, but scarcely had she slipped over the rim of the pool when down, down, down she sank, and vanished in its depths before her frightened playmates could seize her by so much as a lock of her floating golden hair. Loudly did they weep and wail, running about the brink of the pool, which looked so shallow and so clear, but which had swallowed up the princess before their eyes. They even sprang into the water and tried to dive after her, but in vain. They only floated like corks in the enchanted pool, and could not keep under water for a second. They saw at last that there was nothing for it but to carry to the king the sad tidings of his beloved daughter's disappearance. And what great weeping and lamentation there was in the palace when the dreadful news was told. The king tore his robes, dashed his golden crown from his head, and hid his face in his purple mantle for grief and anguish at the loss of the princess. After the first outburst of wailing, however, he took heart and hurried off to see for himself the scene of this strange adventure, thinking, as people will in sorrow, that there might be some mistake after all. But when he reached the spot, behold, all was changed again. The glittering grotto described to him by the maidens had completely vanished, and so had the marble bath, the bower of jasmine. Instead, all was a tangle of flowers, as it had been of old. The king was so much perplexed that he threatened the princess's playfellows with all sorts of punishments if they would not confess something about her disappearance. But as they only repeated the same story, he presently put down the whole affair to the work of some sprite or goblin, and tried to console himself for his loss by ordering a grand hunt, for kings cannot bear to be troubled about anything long. Meanwhile, the princess was not at all unhappy in the palace of her elfish lover. When the water nymphs, who were hiding in readiness, had caught her and dragged her out of the sight of her terrified maidens, she herself had not had time to be frightened. They swam with her quickly by strange underground ways to a palace so splendid that her father's seemed but a poor cottage in comparison with it. And when she recovered from her astonishment, she found herself seated upon a couch, wrapped in a wonderful robe of satin, fastened with a silken girdle, while beside her knelt a young man who whispered the sweetest speeches imaginable in her ear. The gnome, for he it was, told her all about himself and his great underground kingdom, and presently led her through the many rooms and halls of the palace, and showed her the rare and wonderful things displayed in them, till she was fairly dazzled at the sight of so much splendor. On 3 sides of the castle lay a lovely garden with masses of gay, sweet flowers, and velvet lawns all cool and shady, which pleased the eye of the princess. The fruit trees were hung with golden and rosy apples, and nightingales sang in every bush, as the gnome and the princess wandered in the leafy alleys, sometimes gazing at the moon, sometimes pausing to gather the rarest flowers for her adornment. And all the time he was thinking to himself that never during the hundreds of years he had lived had he seen so charming a maiden. But the princess felt no such happiness. In spite of all the magic delights around her, she was sad, though she tried to seem content for fear of displeasing the gnome. However, he soon perceived her melancholy, and in 1,000 ways strove to dispel the cloud, but in vain. At last he said to himself, "Men are sociable creatures, like bees or ants. Doubtless this lovely mortal is pining for company. Who is there I can find for her to talk to?" Thereupon he hastened into the nearest field and dug up a dozen or so of different roots, carrots, turnips, and radishes, and laying them carefully in an elegant basket brought them to the princess, who sat pensive in the shade of the rose bower. "Loveliest daughter of earth," said the gnome, "banish all sorrow. No more shall you be lonely in my dwelling. In this basket is all you need to make this spot delightful for you. Take this little many-colored wand, and with a touch give to each root the form you desire to see." With this he left her, and the princess, without an instant's delay, opened the basket, and touching a turnip, cried eagerly, "Brunhilda, my dear Brunhilda, come to me quickly." And sure enough there was Brunhilda, joyfully hugging and kissing her beloved princess, and chattering as gaily as in the old days. This sudden appearance was so delightful that the princess could hardly believe her own eyes, and was quite beside herself with the joy of having her dear playfellow with her once more. Hand in hand they wandered about the enchanted garden, and gathered the golden apples from the trees, and when they were tired of this amusement, the princess led her friend through all the wonderful rooms of the palace, until at last they came to the one in which were kept all the marvelous dresses and ornaments the gnome had given to his hoped-for bride. There they found so much to amuse them that the hours passed like minutes. Veils, girdles, and necklaces were tried on and admired. The imitation Brunhilda knew so well how to behave herself, and showed so much taste that nobody would have suspected that she was nothing but a turnip after all. The gnome, who had secretly been keeping an eye upon them, was very pleased with himself for having so well understood the heart of a woman, and the princess seemed to him even more charming than before. She did not forget to touch the rest of the roots with her magic wand, and soon had all her maidens about her, and even as she had 2 tiny radishes to spare, her favorite cat and her little dog, whose name was Benny. And now all went cheerfully in the castle. The princess gave to each of the maidens her task, and never was mistress better served. For a whole week she enjoyed the delight of her pleasant company undisturbed. They all sang, they danced, they played from morning to night. Only the princess noticed that day by day the fresh young faces of her maidens grew pale and wan, and the mirror in the great marble hall showed her that she alone still kept her rosy bloom, while Brunhilda and the rest faded visibly. They assured her that all was well with them, but nevertheless they continued to waste away. And day by day it became harder to them to take part in the games of the princess, till at last, one fine morning, when the princess started from bed and hastened out to join her gay playfellows, she shuddered, and started back at the sight of a group of shriveled crones, with bent backs and trembling limbs, who supported their tottering steps with staves and crutches, and coughed dismally. A little nearer to the hearth lay the once frolicsome Benny, with all 4 feet stretched stiffly out, while the sleek cat seemed too weak to raise his head from his velvet cushion. The horrified princess fled to the door, to escape from the sight of this mournful company, and called loudly for the gnome, who appeared at once, humbly anxious to do her bidding. "Malicious sprite," she cried, "why do you begrudge me my playmates, the greatest delight of my lonely hours? Isn't this solitary life in such a desert bad enough without your turning the castle into a hospital for the aged? Give my maidens back their youth and health this very minute, or I will never love you." "Sweetest and fairest of damsels," cried the gnome, "do not be angry. Everything that is in my power I will do. But do not ask the impossible. So long as the sap was fresh in the roots, the magic stuff could keep them in the forms you desired. But as the sap dried up, they withered away. But never trouble yourself about that, dearest one. A basket of fresh turnips will soon set matters right, and you can speedily call up again every form you wish to see. The great green patch in the garden will prove you with a more lively company." So saying, the gnome took himself off, and the princess with her magic wand touched the wrinkled old women, and left them the withered roots they really were, to be thrown upon the rubbish heap, and with light feet skipped off across to the meadow to take possession of the freshly filled basket. But to her surprise she could not find it anywhere. Up and down the garden she searched, spying into every corner, but not a sign of it was to be found. By the trellis of grapevines she met the gnome, who was so much embarrassed at the sight of her that she became aware of his confusion while he was still quite a long way off. "You are trying to tease me," she cried, as soon as she saw him. "Where have you hidden the basket? I have been looking for it, at least for an hour." "Dear queen of my heart," answered he, "I pray you to forgive my carelessness. I promised more than I could perform. I have sought all over the land for the roots you desire, but they are gathered in and lie drying in musty cellars, and the fields are bare and desolate, for below in the valley winter reigns, only here in your presence spring is held fast, and wherever your foot is set the gay flowers bloom. Have patience for a little, and then without fail you shall have your puppets to play with." Almost before the gnome had finished, the disappointed princess turned away, and marched off to her own apartments, without deigning to answer him. The gnome, however, set off above the ground as speedily as possible, and disguising himself as a farmer, bought an ass in the nearest market town, and brought it back loaded with sacks of turnip, carrot, and radish seed. With this he sowed a great field, and sent a vast army of his goblins to watch and tend it, and to bring up the fiery rivers from the heart of the earth near enough to warm and encourage the sprouting seeds. Thus fostered, they grew and flourished marvelously, and promised a goodly crop. The princess wandered about the field day by day. No other plants or fruits in all her wonderful garden pleased her as much as these roots, but still her eyes were full of discontent, and best of all she loved to while away the hours in a shady fir-wood, into which she would cast the flowers she had gathered and watch them float away. The gnome tried hard by every means in his power to please the princess and win her love, but little did he guess the real reason of his lack of success. He imagined that she was too young and inexperienced to care for him, but that was a mistake, for the truth was that another image already filled her heart. The young Prince Ratibor, whose lands joined her father's, had won the heart of the princess, and the lovers had been looking forward to the coming of their wedding day, when the bride's mysterious disappearance took place. The sad news drove Ratibor distracted, and as the days went on and nothing could be heard of the princess, he forsook his castle and the society of men, and spent his days in the wild forest, roaming about and crying her name aloud to the trees and rocks. Meanwhile the maiden in her gorgeous prison sighed in secret over her grief, not wishing to arouse the gnome's suspicions. In her own mind she was wondering if by any means she might escape from her captivity, and at last she hit upon a plan. By this time spring once more reigned in the valley, and the gnome sent the fires back to their places in the deeps of the earth, for the roots which they had kept warm through all the cruel winter had now come to their full size. Day by day the princess pulled up some of them, and made experiments with them, conjuring up now this longed-for person, and now that, just for the pleasure of seeing them as they appeared. But she really had another purpose in view. One day she changed a tiny turnip into a bee, and sent him off to bring her some news of her lover. "Fly, dear little bee, towards the east," she said. "To my beloved Ratibor, softly hum into his ear that I love him only, but that I am captive in the gnome's palace under the mountains. Do not forget a single word of my greeting, and bring me back a message from my beloved." So the bee spread his shining wings and flew away to do as he was bidden. But before he was out of sight, a greedy swallow made a snatch at him, and to the great grief of the princess, her messenger was eaten up then and there. After that, by the power of the wonderful wand, she summoned a cricket and taught him this greeting: "Hop, little cricket, to Ratibor, and chirp in his ear that I love him only, but that I am held captive by the gnome in his palace under the mountains." So the cricket hopped off gaily, determined to do his best to deliver his message. But alas, a long-legged stork, who was prancing along the same road, caught him in her cruel beak, and before he could say a word, he had disappeared down her throat. These two unlucky ventures did not prevent the princess from trying once more. This time she changed the turnip into a magpie. "Flutter from tree to tree, chattering bird," said she, "till you come to Ratibor, my love. Tell him that I am captive, and bid him come with horses and men the third day from this to the hill that rises from the thorny valley." The magpie listened, hopped a while from branch to branch, and then darted away, the princess watching him anxiously as far as she could see. Now Prince Ratibor was still spending his life in wandering about the woods, and not even the beauty of the spring could soothe his grief. One day, as he sat in the shade of an oak tree, dreaming of his lost princess, and sometimes crying her name aloud, he seemed to hear another voice reply to his, and starting up, he gazed around him, but he could see no one, and he had just made up his mind that he must be mistaken, when the same voice called again, and looking up sharply, he saw a magpie, which hopped to and fro from the twigs. Then Ratibor heard with surprise that the bird was indeed calling him by name. "Poor Chatterpie," said he, "who taught you to say that name, which belongs to an unlucky mortal who wishes the earth would open and swallow up him and his memory forever?" Thereupon he caught up a great stone, and would have hurled it at the magpie if it had not at that moment uttered the name of the princess. This was so unexpected that the prince's arm fell helplessly to his side at the sound, and he stood motionless. But the magpie in the tree, who, like all the rest of his family, was not happy unless he could be forever chattering, began to repeat the message the princess had taught him, and as soon as he understood it, Prince Ratibor's heart was filled with joy. All his gloom and misery vanished in a moment, and he anxiously questioned the welcome messenger as to the fate of the princess. But the magpie knew no more than the lesson he had learnt, so he soon fluttered away, while the prince hurried back to his castle to gather together a troop of horsemen full of courage for whatever might befall. The princess, meanwhile, was craftily pursuing her plan of escape. She left off treating the gnome with coldness and indifference. Indeed, there was a look in her eyes which encouraged him to hope that she might some day return his love, and the idea pleased him mightily. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, she made her appearance, decked as a bride, in the wonderful robes and jewels which the fond gnome had prepared for her. Her golden hair was braided and crowned with myrtle blossoms, and her flowing veil sparkled with gems. In these magnificent garments she went to meet the gnome upon the great terrace. "Loveliest of maidens," he stammered, bowing low before her, "let me gaze into your dear eyes, and read in them that you will no longer refuse my love, but will make me the happiest being the sun shines upon." So saying, he would have drawn aside her veil, but the princess only held it more closely about her. "Your constancy has overcome me," she said. "I can no longer oppose your wishes, but believe my words and suffer this veil still to hide my blushes and tears." "Why tears, beloved one?" cried the gnome anxiously. "Every tear of yours falls upon my heart like a drop of molten gold. Greatly as I desire your love, I do not ask a sacrifice." "Ah!" cried the false princess, "why do you misunderstand my tears? My heart answers to your tenderness, and yet I am fearful. A wife cannot always charm, and though you will never alter, the beauty of mortals is as a flower that fades. How can I be sure that you will always be as loving and charming as you are now?" "Ask some proof, sweetheart," said he. "Put my obedience and my patience to some test, by which you can judge of my unalterable love." "Be it so," answered the crafty maiden. "Then give me just one proof of your goodness. Go, count the turnips in yonder meadow. My wedding feast must not lack guests. They shall provide me with bride maidens too. But beware lest you deceive me, and do not miss a single one. That shall be the test of your truth towards me." Unwilling as the gnome was to lose sight of his beautiful bride for a moment, he obeyed her commands without delay, and hurried off to begin his task. He skipped along among the turnips as nimble as a grasshopper, and had soon counted them all. But to be quite certain that he had made no mistake, he thought he would just run over them again. This time, to his great annoyance, the number was different, so he reckoned them for the third time. But now the number was not the same as either of the previous ones, and this was hardly to be wondered at, as his mind was full of the princess's pretty looks and words. As for the maiden, no sooner was her deluded lover fairly out of sight, than she began to prepare for flight. She had a fine fresh turnip hidden close at hand, which she changed into a spirited horse, all saddled and bridled, and springing upon its back, she galloped away over hill and dale till she reached the thorny valley, and flung herself into the arms of her beloved Prince Ratibor. Meanwhile, the toiling gnome went through his task over and over again, till his back ached and his head swam, and he could no longer put two and two together. But as he felt tolerably certain of the exact number of turnips in the field, big and little together, he hurried back, eager to prove to his beloved one what a delightful and submissive husband he would be. He felt very well satisfied with himself as he crossed the mossy lawn to the place where he had left her. But, alas, she was no longer there. He searched every thicket and path, he looked behind every tree, and gazed into every pond, but without success. Then he hastened into the palace, and rushed from room to room, peering into every hole and corner, and calling her by name, but only echo answered in the marble halls. There was neither voice nor footstep. Then he began to perceive that something was amiss, and throwing off the mortal form that encumbered him, he flew out of the palace and soared high into the air, and saw the fugitive princess in the far distance, just as the swift horse carried her across the boundary of his dominions. Furiously did the enraged gnome fling two great clouds together and hurl a thunderbolt after the flying maiden, splintering the rocky barriers which had stood 1,000 years. But his fury was vain. The thunderclouds melted away into a soft mist, and the gnome, after flying about for a while in despair, bewailing to the four winds his unhappy fate, went sorrowfully back to the palace, and stole once more through every room with many sighs and lamentations. He passed through the gardens, which for him had lost their charm, and the sight of the princess's footprints on the golden sand of the pathway renewed his grief. All was lonely, empty, sorrowful, and the forsaken gnome resolved that he would have no more dealings with such false creatures as he had found men to be. Thereupon he stamped 3 times upon the earth, and the magic palace with all its treasures vanished away into the nothingness out of which he had called it, and the gnome fled once more to the depths of his underground kingdom. While all this was happening, Prince Ratibor was hurrying away with his prize to a place of safety. With great pomp and triumph he restored the lovely princess to her father, and was then and there married to her, and took her back with him to his own castle. But long after she was dead, and her children too, the villagers would tell the tale of her imprisonment underground, as they sat carving wood in the winter nights. Volksmärchen der Duschen. End of Rubezahl. Recording by Sukaina Jaffer. Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
Section 26 of the Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wina Hathaway. The Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Story of the King Who Would Be Stronger Than Fate. Once upon a time, far away in the East Country, there lived a king who loved hunting so much that when once there was a deer in sight, he was careless of his own safety. Indeed, he often became quite separated from his nobles and attendants, and in fact was particularly fond of lonely adventures. Another of his favorite amusements was to give out that he was not well and could not be seen, and then, with the knowledge only of his faithful Grand Vizier, to disguise himself as a peddler, load a donkey with cheap wares, and travel about. In this way he found out what the common people said about him, and how his judges and governors fulfilled their duties. One day his queen presented him with a baby daughter as beautiful as the dawn, and the king himself was so happy and delighted that for a whole week he forgot to hunt and spent the time in public and private rejoicing. Not long afterwards, however, he went out after some deer which were to be found in a far corner of his forests. In the course of the beat, his dogs disturbed a beautiful snow-white stag, and directly he saw it, the king determined that he would have it at any cost. So he put the spurs to his horse and followed it as hard as he could gallop. Of course, all his attendants followed at the best speed that they could manage, but the king was so splendidly mounted, and the stag was so swift, that at the end of an hour the king found that only his favorite hound and himself were in the chase. All the rest were far, far behind and out of sight. Nothing daunted, however, he went on, till he perceived that he was entering a valley with great rocky mountains on all sides, and that his horse was getting very tired and trembled at every stride. Worse than all, evening was already drawing on, and the sun would soon set. In vain had he sent arrow after arrow at the beautiful stag. Every shot fell short or went wide of the mark, and at last, just as darkness was setting in, he lost sight altogether of the beast. By this time his horse could hardly move from fatigue, His hound staggered panting along beside him. He was far away amongst mountains where he had never been before, and had quite missed his way, and not a human creature or dwelling was in sight. All this was very discouraging, but the king would not have minded if he had not lost that beautiful stag. That troubled him a good deal, but he never worried over what he could not help. So he got down from his horse, slipped his arm through the bridle, and led the animal along the rough path in hopes of discovering some shepherd's hut, or at least a cave or shelter under some rock, where he might pass the night. Presently he heard the sound of rushing water, and made towards it. He toiled over a steep rocky shoulder of a hill, and there, just below him, was a stream dashing down a precipitous glen, and almost beneath his feet, twinkling and flickering from the level of the torrent, was a dim light as of a lamp. Towards this light the king with his horse and hound made his way, sliding and stumbling down a steep stony path. At the bottom the king found a narrow grassy ledge by the brink of the stream, across which the light from a rude lantern in the mouth of a cave shed a broad beam of uncertain light. At the edge of the stream sat an old hermit with a long white beard, who neither spoke nor moved as the king approached, but sat throwing into the stream dry leaves which lay scattered about the ground near him. "Peace be upon you," said the king, giving the usual country salutation. "And upon you peace," answered the hermit, but still he never looked up, nor stopped what he was doing. For a minute or two the king stood watching him. He noticed that the hermit threw 2 leaves in at a time, and watched them attentively. Sometimes both were carried rapidly down by the stream. Sometimes only 1 leaf was carried off, and the other, after whirling slowly round and round on the edge of the current, would come circling back on an eddy to the hermit's feet. At other times both leaves were held in the backward eddy, and failed to reach the main current of the noisy stream. "What are you doing?" asked the king at last, and the hermit replied that he was reading the fates of men. Everyone's fate, he said, was settled from the beginning, and whatever it were, there was no escape from it. The king laughed. "I care little," he said, "what my fate may be, but I should be curious to know the fate of my little daughter." "I cannot say," answered the hermit. "Do you not know, then?" demanded the king. "I might know," returned the hermit, "but it is not always wisdom to know much." But the king was not content with this reply, and began to press the old man to say what he knew, which for a long time he would not do. At last, however, the king urged him so greatly that he said, "The king's daughter will marry the son of a poor slave girl called Puruna, who belongs to the king of the land of the north. There is no escaping from fate." The king was wild with anger at hearing these words, but he was also very tired, so he only laughed and answered that he hoped there would be a way out of that fate anyhow. Then he asked if the hermit could shelter him and his beasts for the night, and the hermit said yes. So very soon the king had watered and tethered his horse, and after a supper of bread and parched peas, lay down in the cave with the hound at his feet, and tried to go to sleep. But instead of sleeping, he only lay awake and thought of the hermit's prophecy, and the more he thought of it, the angrier he felt, until he gnashed his teeth and declared that it should never, never come true. Morning came, and the king got up, pale and sulky, and after learning from the hermit which path to take, was soon mounted and found his way home without much difficulty. Directly he reached his palace, he wrote a letter to the king of the land of the north, begging him as a favor to sell him his slave girl Peruna and her son, and saying that, if he consented, he would send a messenger to receive them at the river which divided the kingdoms. For 5 days he awaited the reply, and hardly slept or ate, but was as cross as he could be all the time. On the 5th day his messenger returned with a letter to say that the king of the land of the north would not sell, but he would give the king the slave girl and her son. The king was overjoyed. He sent for the Grand Vizier and told him that he was going on one of his lonely expeditions, and that the Vizier must invent some excuse to account for his absence. Next he disguised himself as an ordinary messenger, mounted a swift camel, and sped away to the place where the slave girl was to be handed over to him. When he got there, he gave the messengers who brought her a letter of thanks and a handsome present for their master and rewards for themselves, and then without delay he took the poor woman and her tiny baby boy up onto his camel and rode off to a wild desert. After riding for a day and a night, almost without stopping, he came to a great cave where he made the woman dismount, and, taking her and the baby into the cave, he drew his sword and with one blow chopped her head off. But although his anger made him cruel enough for anything so dreadful, the king felt that he could not turn his great sword on a helpless baby, who he was sure must soon die in this solitary place without its mother. So he left it in the cave where it was, and mounting his camel, rode home as fast as he could. Now in a small village in his kingdom there lived an old widow who had no children or relations of any kind. She made her living mostly by selling the milk of a flock of goats, but she was very, very poor, and not very strong, and often used to wonder how she would live if she got too weak or ill to attend to her goats. Every morning she drove the goats out into the desert to graze on the shrubs and bushes which grew there, and every evening they came home of themselves to be milked and to be shut up safely for the night. One evening the old woman was astonished to find that her very best nanny goat returned without a drop of milk. She thought that some naughty boy or girl was playing a trick upon her, and had caught the goat on its way home and stolen all the milk. But when evening after evening the goat remained almost dry, she determined to find out who the thief was. So the next day she followed the goats at a distance and watched them while they grazed. At length, in the afternoon, the old woman noticed this particular nanny goat stealing off by herself away from the herd, and she at once went after her. On and on the goat walked for some way, and then disappeared into a cave in the rocks. The old woman followed the goat into the cave, and then what should she see but the animal giving her milk to a little baby boy, whilst on the ground near by lay the sad remains of the baby's dead mother. Wondering and frightened, the old woman thought at last that this little baby might be a son to her in her old age, and that he would grow up and in time to come be her comfort and support. So she carried home the baby to her hut, and next day she took a spade to the cave and dug a grave where she buried the poor mother. Years passed by, and the baby grew into a fine, handsome lad, as daring as he was beautiful, and as industrious as he was brave. One day, when the boy whom the old woman had named Nur Muhammad was about 17 years old, he was coming from his day's work in the fields when he saw a strange donkey eating the cabbages in the garden which surrounds their little cottage. Seizing a big stick, he began to beat the intruder and to drive him out of his garden. A neighbor passing by called out to him, "Hi, I say! Why are you beating the peddler's donkey like that?" "The peddler should keep him from eating my cabbages," said Nur Mahomed. "If he comes this evening here again, I'll cut off his tail for him." Whereupon he went off indoors, whistling cheerfully. It happened that this neighbor was one of those people who make mischief by talking too much. So, meeting the peddler in the serai, or inn, that evening, he told him what had occurred, and added, "Yes, and the young spitfire said that if beating the donkey would not do, he would beat you also and cut your nose off for a thief." A few days later, the peddler having moved on, two men appeared in the village inquiring who it was who had threatened to ill-treat and to murder an innocent peddler. They declared that the peddler, in fear of his life, had complained to the king, and that they had been sent to bring the lawless person who had said these things before the king himself. Of course they soon found out about the donkey eating Nur Mahomed's cabbages, and about the young man's hot words, but although the lad assured them that he had never said anything about murdering anyone, they replied they were ordered to arrest him and bring him to take his trial before the king. So, in spite of his protests and the wails of his mother, he was carried off, and in due time brought before the king. Of course, Nur Mahomed never guessed that the supposed peddler happened to have been the king himself, although nobody knew it. But as he was very angry at what he had been told, he declared that he was going to make an example of this young man, and intended to teach him that even poor traveling peddlers could get justice in his country, and be protected from such lawlessness. However, just as he was going to pronounce some very heavy sentence, there was a stir in the court, and up came Nur Mahomed's old mother, weeping and lamenting, and begging to be heard. The king ordered her to speak, and she began to plead for the boy, declaring how good he was, and how he was the support of her old age, and if he were put in prison she would die. The king asked her who she was. She replied that she was his mother. "His mother?" said the king. "You are too old, surely, to have so young a son." Then the old woman, in her fright and distress, confessed the whole story of how she found the baby, and how she rescued and brought him up, and ended by beseeching the king for mercy. It is easy to guess how, as the story came out, the king looked blacker and blacker, and more grim, until at last he was half fainting with rage and astonishment. This, then, was the baby he had left to die, after cruelly murdering his mother! Surely fate might have spared him this. He wished he had sufficient excuse to put the boy to death, for the old hermit's prophecy came back to him as strongly as ever, and yet the young man had done nothing bad enough to deserve such punishment. Everyone would call him a tyrant if he were to give such an order. In fact, he dared not try it. At length he collected himself enough to say, "If this young man will enlist in my army, I will let him off. We have need of such as him, and a little discipline will do him good." Still the old woman pleaded that she would not live without her son, and she was nearly as terrified at the idea of his becoming a soldier as she was at the thought of his being put in prison. But at length the king, determined to get the youth into his clutches, pacified her by promising her a pension large enough to keep her in comfort, and Nur Mahomed, to his own great delight, was duly enrolled in the king's army. As a soldier, Nur Mahomed seemed to be in luck. He was rather surprised, but much pleased, to find that he was always one of those chosen when any difficult or dangerous enterprise was afoot. And although he had the narrowest escapes on some occasions, still the very desperateness of the situations in which he found himself gave him special chances of displaying his courage. And as he was also modest and generous, he became a favorite with his officers and his comrades, Thus it was not very surprising that, before very long, he became enrolled amongst the picked men of the king's bodyguard. The fact is that the king had hoped to have got him killed in some fight or another, but seeing that, on the contrary, he throve on hard knocks, he was now determined to try more direct and desperate methods. One day, soon after Nur Mahomed had entered the bodyguard, he was selected to be one of the soldiers told off to escort the king through the city. The procession was marching on quite smoothly, when a man armed with a dagger rushed out of an alley straight towards the king. Nur Mahomed, who was the nearest of the guards, threw himself in the way and received a stab that had been apparently intended for the king. Luckily, the blow was a hurried one, and the dagger glanced on his breastbone, so that although he received a severe wound, his youth and strength quickly got the better of it. The king was, of course, obliged to take some notice of this brave deed, and as a reward made him one of his own attendants. After this, the strange adventures the young man passed through were endless. Officers for the bodyguard were often sent on all sorts of secret and difficult errands, and such errands had a curious way of becoming necessary when Nur Mahomed was on duty. Once, while he was taking a journey, a footbridge gave way under him. Once he was attacked by armed robbers. A rock rolled down upon him in a mountain pass. A heavy stone coping fell from a roof at his feet in a narrow city alley. Altogether, Nur Mahomed began to think that somewhere or other he had made an enemy, but he was light-hearted, and the thought did not much trouble him. He escaped somehow every time, and felt amused rather than anxious about the next adventure. It was the custom of that city that the officer for the day of the palace guards should receive all his food direct from the king's kitchen. One day, when Nur Mahomed's turn came to be on duty, he was just sitting down to a delicious stew that had been sent in from the palace, when one of those gaunt, hungry dogs, which in Eastern countries run about the streets, poked his nose in at the open guard-room door and looked at Nur Mahomed with mouth watering and nostrils working. The kind-hearted young man picked out a lump of meat, went to the door, and threw it outside to him. The dog pounced upon it and gulped it down greedily, and was just turning to go when it staggered, fell, rolled over, and died. Nur Mahomed, who had been lazily watching him, stood still for a moment. Then he came back whistling softly. He gathered up the rest of his dinner and carefully wrapped it up to carry away and bury somewhere, and then he sent back the empty plates. How furious the king was when at the next morning's durbar Nur Mahomed appeared before him, fresh, alert, and smiling as usual. He was determined, however, to try once more, and bidding the young man come into his presence that evening, gave orders that he was to carry a secret dispatch to the governor of a distant province. "Make your preparations at once," added he, "and be ready to start in the morning. I myself will deliver you the papers at the last moment." Now this province was 4 or 5 days' journey from the palace, and the governor of it was the most faithful servant the king had. He could be silent as the grave, and prided himself on his obedience. Whilst he was an old and tired servant of the king's, his wife had been almost a mother to the young princess ever since the queen had died some years before. It happened that, a little before this time, the princess had been sent away for her health to another remote province, and whilst she was there, her old friend, the governor's wife, had begged her to come and stay with them as soon as she could. The princess accepted gladly, and was actually staying in the governor's house at the very time when the king made up his mind to send Nur Mahomed there with a mysterious dispatch. According to orders, Nur Mahomed presented himself early the next morning at the king's private apartments. His best horse was saddled, food placed in his saddle-bag, and with some money tied up in his waistband, he was ready to start. The king handed over to him a sealed packet, desiring him to give it himself only to the hands of the governor, and to no one else. Nur Mahomed hid it carefully in his turban, swung himself into the saddle, and 5 minutes later rode out of the city gates and set out on his long journey. The weather was very hot, but Nur Mahomed thought that the sooner his precious letter was delivered, the better, so that by dint of riding most of each night and resting only in the hottest part of the day, he found himself, by noon on the third day, approaching the town which was his final destination. Not a soul was to be seen anywhere, and Nur Mahomed, stiff, dry, thirsty, and tired, looked longingly over the wall into the gardens, and marked the fountains, the green grass, the shady apricot orchards, and giant mulberry trees, and wished he were there. At length he reached the castle gates, and was at once admitted, as he was in uniform of the king's bodyguard. The governor was resting, the soldier said, and could not see him until the evening. So Nur Mahomed handed over his horse to an attendant, and wandered down into the lovely gardens he had seen from the road, and sat down in the shade to rest himself. He flung himself on his back, and watched the birds twittering and chattering in the trees above him. Through the branches he could see great patches of sky, where the kites wheeled and circled incessantly, with shrill whistling cry. Bees buzzed over the flowers with a soothing sound, and in a few minutes Nur Mahomed was fast asleep. Every day through the heat of the afternoon, the governor and his wife also used to lie down for 2 or 3 hours in their rooms, and so, for the matter of that, did most people in the palace. But the princess, like many other girls, was restless, and preferred to wander about the garden rather than rest on a pile of soft cushions. What a torment her stout old attendants and servants sometimes thought her, when she insisted on staying awake and making them chatter or do something when they could hardly keep their eyes open. Sometimes, however, the princess would pretend to go to sleep, and then, after all her women had gladly followed her example, she would get up and go out by herself, her veil hanging loosely about her. If she was discovered, her old hostess scolded her severely, but the princess only laughed, and did the same thing next time. This very afternoon the princess had left all her women asleep, and after trying in vain to amuse herself indoors, she had slipped out into the great garden, and rambled about in all her favorite nooks and corners, feeling quite safe, as there was not a creature to be seen. Suddenly, on turning a corner, she stopped in surprise, for before her lay a man fast asleep. In her hurry she had almost tripped over him, but there he was, a young man, tanned and dusty with travel, in the uniform of an officer of the king's guard. One of the few faults of this lovely princess was a devouring curiosity, and she lived such an idle life that she had plenty of time to be curious. Out of one of the folds of this young man's turban there peeped the corner of a letter. She wondered what the letter was, whom it was for. She drew her veil a little closer, and stole across on tiptoe, and caught hold of the corner of the letter. Then she pulled it a little, and just a little more. A great big seal came into view, which she saw to be her father's, and at the sight of it she paused for a minute, half ashamed of what she was doing. But the pleasure of taking a letter which was not meant for her was more than she could resist, and in another moment It was in her hand. All at once she remembered that it would be death to this poor officer if he lost the letter, and that at all hazards she must put it back again. But this was not so easy, and, moreover, the letter in her hand burnt her with longing to read it and see what was inside. She examined the seal. It was sticky with being exposed to the hot sun, and with very little effort it parted from the paper. The letter was open, and she read it, and this was what was written: "Behead the messenger who brings this letter secretly and at once. Ask no questions." The girl grew pale. What a shame, she thought. She would not let a handsome young fellow like that be beheaded, but how to prevent it was not quite clear at the moment. Some plan must be invented, and she wished to lock herself in where no one could interrupt her, as might easily happen in the garden. So she crept softly to her room and took a piece of paper and wrote upon it: "Marry the messenger who brings this letter to the princess openly at once. Ask no questions," and even contrived to work the seals off the original letter and to fix them to this, so that no one could tell unless they examined it closely that it had never been opened. Then she slipped back, shaking with fear and excitement, to where the young officer still lay asleep, thrust the letter into the fold of his turban, and hurried back to her room. It was done. Late in the afternoon, Nur Mahomed woke, and making sure that the precious dispatch was still safe, went off to get ready for his audience with the governor. As soon as he was ushered into his presence, he took the letter from his turban and placed it in the governor's hands, according to orders. When he had read it, the governor was certainly a little astonished. But he was told in the letter to ask no questions, and he knew how to obey orders. He sent for his wife and told her to get the princess ready to be married at once. "Nonsense!" said his wife. "What in the world do you mean?" "These are the king's commands," he answered. "Go and do as I bid you. The letter says 'at once,' and ask no questions. The marriage, therefore, must take place this evening." In vain did his wife urge every objection. The more she argued, the more determined was her husband. "I know how to obey orders," he said, "and these are as plain as the nose on my face." So the princess was summoned, and, somewhat to their surprise, she seemed to take the news very calmly. Next, Nur Mahomed was informed, and he was greatly startled, but of course he could but be delighted at the great and unexpected honor which he thought the king had done him. Then all the castle was turned upside down, and when the news spread in the town, that was turned upside down too. Everybody ran everywhere and tried to do everything at once, and in the middle of it all the old governor went about with his hair standing on end, muttering something about obeying orders. And so the marriage was celebrated, and there was a great feast in the castle, and another in the soldiers' barracks, and illuminations all over the town, and in the beautiful gardens, and all the people declared that such a wonderful sight had never been seen, and talked about it to the ends of their lives. The next day the governor dispatched the princess and her bridegroom to the king, with a troop of horsemen, splendidly dressed, and he sent a mounted messenger on before them, with a letter giving the account of the marriage to the king. When the king got the governor's letter, he grew so red in the face that everyone thought he was going to have apoplexy. They were all very anxious to know what had happened, but he rushed off and locked himself into a room, where he ramped and raved until he was tired. Then after a while he began to think he had better make the best of it, especially as the old governor had been clever enough to send him back his letter, and the king was pretty sure that this was in the princess's handwriting. He was fond of his daughter, and though she had behaved badly, he did not wish her head cut off, and he did not want the people to know the truth because it would make him look foolish. In fact, the more he considered the matter, the more he felt that he would be wise to put a good face on it, and to let people suppose that he had really brought about the marriage of his own free will. So when the young couple arrived, the king received them with all state, and gave his son-in-law a province to govern. Nur Mahomed soon proved himself as able and honorable a governor as he was a brave soldier, and when the old king died, he became king in his place, and reigned long and happily. Nur Mahomed's old mother lived for a long time in her son's palace and died in peace. The princess, his wife, although she had got her husband by a trick, found that she could not trick him, and so she never tried, but busied herself in teaching her children and scolding her maids. As for the old hermit, no trace of him was ever discovered, but the cave is there, and the leaves lie thick in front of it unto this day. End of section 26. Recording by Winna Hathaway in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Section 27 of the Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Wali Dad the Simple-Hearted. The Story of Wali Dad the Simple-Hearted. Once upon a time, there lived a poor old man whose name was Wali Dad Gunjay, or Wali Dad the Bald. He had no relations, but lived all by himself in a little mud hut some distance from any town, and made his living by cutting grass in the jungle and selling it as fodder for horses. He only earned by this 5 halfpence a day, but he was a simple old man, and needed so little out of it that he saved up 1 halfpenny daily and spent the rest upon such food and clothing as he required. In this way he lived for many years until, one night, he thought that he would count the money he had hidden away in the great earthen pot under the floor of his hut. So he set to work, and with much trouble he pulled the bag out onto the floor, and sat gazing in astonishment at the heap of coins which tumbled out of it. What should he do with them all? He wondered. But he never thought of spending the money on himself, because he was content to pass the rest of his days as he had been doing for ever so long, and he really had no desire for any great comfort or luxury. At last he threw all the money into an old sack, which he pushed under his bed, and then, rolled in his ragged old blanket, he went off to sleep. Early next morning he staggered off with his sack of money to the shop of a jeweller, whom he knew in the town, and bargained for him for a beautiful little gold bracelet. With this carefully wrapped up in his cotton waistband, he went to the house of a rich friend, who was a travelling merchant and used to wander about with his camels and merchandise through many countries. Wali Dad was lucky enough to find him at home, so he sat down, and after a little talk, he asked the merchant who was the most virtuous and beautiful lady he had ever met with. The merchant replied that the Princess of Khaistan was renowned everywhere as well for the beauty of her person as for the kindness and generosity of her disposition. "Then," said Wali Dad, "next time you go that way, give her this little bracelet, with the respectful compliments of one who admires virtue far more than he desires wealth." With that he pulled the bracelet from his waistband, and handed it to his friend. The merchant was naturally much astonished, but said nothing, and made no objection to carrying out his friend's plan. Time passed by, and at length the merchant arrived in the course of his travels at the capital of Khaistan. As soon as he had opportunity, he presented himself at the palace, and sent in the bracelet, neatly packed in a little perfumed box provided by himself, giving at the same time the message entrusted to him by Wali Dad. The princess could not think who could have bestowed this present on her, but she bade her servant to tell the merchant that if he would return, after he had finished his business in the city, she would give him her reply. In a few days, therefore, the merchant came back, and received from the princess a return present in the shape of a camel load or rich silks, besides a present of money for himself. With these he set out on his journey. Some months later he got home again from his journeyings, and proceeded to take Wali Dad the princess's present. Great was the perplexity of the good man to find a camel load of silks tumbled at his door. What was he to do with these costly things? But, presently, after much thought, he begged the merchant to consider whether he did not know of some young prince to whom such treasures might be useful. "Of course," cried the merchant, greatly amused. "From Delhi to Baghdad, and from Constantinople to Lucknow, I know them all, and there lives none worthier than the gallant and wealthy young prince of Nekabad." "Very well, then, take the silks to him, with the blessing of an old man," said Wali Dad, much relieved to be rid of them. So, the next time that the merchant journeyed that way he carried the silks with him, and in due course arrived at Nekabad, and sought an audience of the prince. When he was shown into his presence, he produced the beautiful gift of silks that Wali Dad had sent, and begged the young man to accept them as a humble tribute to his worth and greatness. The prince was much touched by the generosity of the giver, and ordered, as a return present, 12 of the finest breed of horses, for which his country was famous, to be delivered over to the merchant, to whom also, before he took his leave, he gave a munificent reward for his services. As before, the merchant at last arrived at home, and next day he set out for Wali Dad's house with the 12 horses. When the old man saw them coming in the distance he said to himself, "Here's luck! A troop of horses coming. They are sure to want quantities of grass, and I shall sell all I have without having to drag it to market." Thereupon he rushed off and cut grass as fast as he could. When he got back, with as much grass as he could possibly carry, he was greatly discomfited to find that the horses were all for himself. At first he could not think what to do with them, but after a little a brilliant idea struck him. He gave 2 to the merchant, and begged him to take the rest to the Princess of Khaistan, who was clearly the fittest person to possess such beautiful animals. The merchant departed, laughing, but, true to his old friend's request, he took the horses with him on his next journey, and eventually presented them safely to the princess. This time the princess sent for the merchant and questioned him about the giver. Now, the merchant was usually a most honest man, but he did not quite like to describe Wali Dad in his true light as an old man whose income was 5 halfpence a day, and who had hardly clothes to cover him. So he told her that his friend had heard stories of her beauty and goodness, and had longed to lay the best he had at her feet. The princess then took her father into her confidence, and begged him to advise her what courtesy she might return to one who persisted in making her such presents. "Well," said the king, "you cannot refuse them, so the best thing you can do is to send this unknown friend at once a present so magnificent that he is not likely to be able to send you anything better, and so will be ashamed to send you anything at all." Then he ordered that, in place of each of the 10 horses, 2 mules laden with silver should be returned by her. Thus, in a few hours, the merchant found himself in charge of a splendid caravan, and he had to hire a number of armed men to defend it on the road against the robbers, and he was glad indeed to find himself back again in Wali Dad's hut. "Well now," cried Wali Dad, as he viewed all the wealth laid at his door, "I can well repay that kind prince for his magnificent present of horses, but to be sure you have been put to great expenses. Still, if you will accept 6 mules and their loads, and will take the rest straight to Nekabad, I shall thank you heartily." The merchant felt handsomely repaid for his trouble, and wondered greatly how the matter would turn out, so he made no difficulty about it, and as soon as he could get things ready, he set out for Nekabad with his new and princely gift. This time the prince, too, was embarrassed, and questioned the merchant closely. The merchant felt that his credit was at stake, and whilst inwardly determining that he would not carry the joke any further, could not help describing Wali Dad in such glowing terms that the old man would never have known himself had he heard them. The prince, like the king of Khaistan, determined that he would send in return a gift that would be truly royal, and which would perhaps prevent the unknown giver sending him anything more. So he made up a caravan on 20 splendid horses, caparisoned in gold embroidered cloths, with fine morocco saddles and silver bridles and stirrups, all 20 camels of the best breed, which had the speed of race horses, and could swing along at a trot all day without getting tired, and lastly 20 elephants, with magnificent silver howdahs, and coverings of silk embroidered with pearls. To take care of these animals the merchant hired a little army of men, and the troop made a great show as they travelled along. When Wali Dad from a distance saw the cloud of dust which the caravan made, and the glitter of its appointments, he said to himself, "By Allah, here's a grand crowd coming, elephants too! Grass will be selling well today," and with that he hurried off to the jungle and cut grass as fast as he could. As soon as he got back he found the caravan had stopped at his door, and the merchant was waiting, a little anxiously, to tell him the news and to congratulate him upon his riches. "Riches!" cried Wali Dad. "What has an old man like me with one foot in the grave to do with riches? That beautiful young princess now, she'd be the one to enjoy all these fine things. Do you take for yourself 2 horses, 2 camels, and 2 elephants, with all their trappings, and present the rest to her." The merchant at first objected to these remarks, and pointed out to Wali Dad that he was beginning to feel these embassies a little awkward. Of course he was himself richly repaid, so far as expenses went, but still he did not like going so often, and he was getting nervous. At length, however, he consented to go once more, but he promised himself never to embark on another such enterprise. So, after a few days' rest, the caravan started off once more for Khaistan. The moment the king of Khaistan saw the gorgeous train of men and beasts entering his palace courtyard, he was so amazed that he hurried down in person to inquire about it, and became dumb when he heard that these also were a present from the princely Wali Dad, and were for the princess, his daughter. He went hastily off to her apartments, and said to her, "I tell you what it is, my dear. This man wants to marry you. That is the meaning of all these presents. There is nothing for it but that we go and pay him a visit in person. He must be a man of immense wealth, and he is so devoted to you, perhaps you might do worse than marry him." The princess agreed with all that her father said, and orders were issued for vast numbers of elephants and camels, and gorgeous tents and flags, and litters for the ladies and horses for the men, to be prepared without delay, as the king and princess were going to pay a visit to the great and munificent Prince Wali Dad. The merchant, the king declared, was to guide the party. The feelings of the poor merchant in this sore dilemma can hardly be imagined. Willingly would he have run away, but he was treated with so much hospitality as Wali Dad's representative that he hardly got an instant's real peace, and never any opportunity of slipping away. In fact, after a few days, despair possessed him to such a degree that he made up his mind that all that happened was fate, and that escape was impossible. But he hoped devoutly some turn of fortune would reveal to him a way out of the difficulties which he had, with the best intentions, drawn upon himself. On the 7th day they all started, amidst thunderous salutes from the ramparts of the city, and much dust, and cheering, and blaring of trumpets. Day after day they moved on, and every day the poor merchant felt more ill and miserable. He wondered what kind of death the king would invent for him, and went through almost as much torture as he lay awake nearly the whole of every night thinking over the situation, as he would have suffered if the king's executioners were already setting to work upon his neck. At last they were only one day's march from Wali Dad's little mud home. Here a great encampment was made, and the merchant was sent on to tell Wali Dad that the king and princess of Khaistan had arrived and were seeking an interview. When the merchant arrived he found the poor old man eating his evening meal of onions and dry bread, and when he told him of all that had happened, he had not the heart to proceed to load him with the reproaches which rose to his tongue. for Wali Dad was overwhelmed with grief and shame for himself, for his friend, and for the name and the honour of the princess. And he wept and plucked at his bread, and groaned most piteously. With tears he begged the merchant to detain them for one day by any kind of excuse he could think of, and to come in the morning to discuss what they should do. As soon as the merchant was gone, Wali Dad made up his mind that there was only one honourable way out of the shame and distress that he had created by his foolishness, and that was to kill himself. So, without stopping to ask anyone's advice, he went off in the middle of the night to a place where the river wound along at the base of steep rocky cliffs of great height, and determined to throw himself down and put an end to his life. When he got to the place, he drew back a few paces, took a little run, and at the very edge of that dreadful black gulf he stopped short. He could not do it. From below, unseen in the blackness of the deep night shadows, the water roared and boiled round the jagged rocks. He could picture the place as he knew it, only 10 times more pitiless and forbidding in the visionless darkness. The wind soughed through the gorge with fearsome sighs and rustlings and whisperings, and the bushes and the grasses that grew in the ledges of the cliffs seemed to him like living creatures that danced and beckoned, shadowy and indistinct. An owl laughed, "Hoo, hoo," almost in his face, as he peered over the edge of the gulf, and the old man threw himself back in a perspiration of horror. He was afraid. He drew back, shuddering, and covering his face in his hands, he wept aloud. Presently he was aware of a gentle radiance that shed itself before him. Surely morning was not already coming to hasten and reveal his disgrace? He took his hands from before his face, and saw before him 2 lovely beings whom his instinct told him were not mortal, but were Paris from Paradise. "Why do you weep, old man?" said one, in a voice as clear and musical as that of a bulbul. "I weep for shame," replied he. "What do you here?" questioned the other. "I came here to die," said Wali Dad, and as they questioned him he confessed all his story. Then the first stepped forward and laid a hand upon his shoulder, and Wali Dad began to feel that something strange, what, he did not know, was happening to him. His old cotton rags of clothes were changed to beautiful linen and embroidered cloth. On his hard, bare feet were warm, soft shoes, and on his head a great jewelled turban. Round his neck there lay a heavy golden chain, and the little old bent sickle, which he cut grass with, and which hung in his waistband, had turned into gorgeous scimitar, whose ivory hilt gleamed in the pale light like a snow in moonlight. As he stood wondering, like a man in a dream, the other Peri waved her hand and bade him turn and see, and lo! before him a noble gateway stood open, and up an avenue of giant place trees the Paris led him, dumb with amazement. At the end of the avenue, on the very spot where his hut had stood, a gorgeous palace appeared, ablaze with myriads of light. Its great porticos and verandas were occupied by hurrying servants, and guards paced to and fro and saluted him respectfully as he drew near. Along mossy walks and through sweeping grassy lawns, where fountains were playing and flowers scented the air, Wali Dad stood stunned and helpless. "Fear not," said one of the Peris. "Go to your house and learn that God rewards the simple-hearted." With these words they both disappeared and left him. He walked on, thinking still that he must be dreaming. Very soon he retired to rest in a splendid room, far grander than anything he had ever dreamed of. When morning dawned he woke, and found that the palace, and himself, and his servants were all real, and that he was not dreaming after all. If he was dumbfounded, the merchant, who was ushered into his presence soon after sunrise, was much more so. He told Wali Dad that he had not slept all night, and by the first streak of daylight had started to seek out his friend. And what a search he had! A great stretch of wild jungle country had, in the night, been changed into parks and gardens, and if it had not been for some of Wali Dad's new servants who found him and brought him to the palace, he would have fled away under an impression that his trouble had sent him crazy, and that all he saw was only imagination. Then Wali Dad told the merchant all that had happened. By his advice he sent an invitation to the king and princess of Khaistan to come and be his guests, together with all their retinue and servants, down to the very humblest in the camp. For 3 nights and days a great feast was held in honour of the royal guests. Every evening the king and his nobles were served on golden plates and from golden cups, and the smaller people on silver plates and from silver cups, and each evening each guest was requested to keep the places and cups that they had used as a remembrance of the occasion. Never had anything so splendid been seen. Besides the great dinners, there were sports and hunting, and dances and amusements of all sorts. On the 4th day the king of Khaistan took his host aside and asked him whether it was true, as he had suspected, that he wished to marry his daughter. But Wali Dad, after thanking him very much for the compliment, said that he had never dreamed of so great an honour, and that he was far too old and ugly for so fair a lady. But he begged the king to stay with him until he could send for the Princess of Nekabad, who was a most excellent, brave, and honourable young man, and would surely be delighted to try to win the hand of the beautiful princess. To this the king agreed, and Wali Dad sent the merchant to Nekabad with a number of attendants and with such handsome presents that the prince came at once, fell head over ears in love with the princess, and married her at Wali Dad's palace amidst a fresh outburst of rejoicing. And now the king of Khaistan and the prince and princess of Nekabad each went back to their own country, and Wali Dad lived to a good old age, befriending all who were in trouble and preserving, in his prosperity, the simple-hearted and generous nature that he had when he was only Wali Dad Gunjay, the grass cutter. End of Story of Wali Dad the Simple-Hearted.
Section 28 of the Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winna Hathaway. The Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Tale of a Tortoise and of a Mischievous Monkey. Once upon a time, there was a country where the rivers were larger and the forest deeper than anywhere else. Hardly any man came there, and the wild creatures had it all to themselves and used to play all sorts of strange games with each other. The great trees chained one to the other by thick flowering plants with bright scarlet or yellow blossoms were famous hiding places for the monkeys, who could wait unseen till a puma or an elephant passed by, and then jumped on their backs and go for a ride, swinging themselves up by the creepers when they had had enough. Near the rivers huge tortoises were to be found, and though to our eyes a tortoise seems a dull, slow thing, it is wonderful to think how clever they were, and how often they outwitted many of their livelier friends. There was one tortoise in particular that always managed to get the better of everybody, and many were the tales told in the forest of his great deeds. They began when he was quite young, and tired of staying at home with his mother and father. He left them one day, and walked off in search of adventures. In a wide open space surrounded by trees, he met with an elephant, who was having his supper before taking his evening bath in the river which ran close by. "Let us see which of us two is strongest," said the young tortoise, marching up to the elephant. "Very well," replied the elephant, much amused at the impertinence of the little creature. "When would you like the trial to be?" "In an hour's time. I have some business to do first," answered the tortoise, and he hastened away as fast as his short legs could carry him. In a pool of the river a whale was resting, blowing water into the air and making a lovely fountain. The tortoise, however, was too young and too busy to admire such things, and he called to the whale to stop, as he wanted to speak to him. "Would you like to try which of us is the stronger?" said he. The whale looked at him, sent up another fountain, and answered, "Oh, yes, certainly. When do you wish to begin? I am quite ready." "Then give me one of your longest bones, and I will fasten it to my leg. When I give the signal, you must pull, and we will see which can pull the hardest." "Very good," replied the Whale, and he took out one of his bones and passed it to the Tortoise. The Tortoise picked up the end of the bone in his mouth and went back to the Elephant. "I will fasten this to your leg," said he, "in the same way as it is fastened to mine, and we must both pull as hard as we can. We shall soon see which is the stronger." So he wound it carefully round the Elephant's leg and tied it in a firm knot. "Now," cried he, plunging into a thick bush behind him. The Whale tugged at one end, and the Elephant tugged at the other, and neither had any idea that he had not the Tortoise for his foe. When the Whale pulled the hardest, the Elephant was dragged into the water, and when the Elephant pulled the hardest, the Whale was hauled on to the land. They were very evenly matched, and the battle was a hard one. At last they were quite tired, and the Tortoise was watching so that they could play no more. So he crept from his hiding place, and dipping himself in the river, he went to the Elephant and said, "I see that you're really stronger than I thought. Suppose you give it up for today." Then he dried himself on some moss and went to the Whale and said, "I see that you really are stronger than I thought. Suppose you give it up for today." The two adversaries were only too glad to be allowed to rest, and believed to the end of their days that after all the Tortoise was stronger than either of them. A day or two later, the young Tortoise was taking a stroll when he met a Fox, and started to speak to him. "Let us try," said he in a careless manner, "which of us can lie buried in the ground during 7 years." "I shall be delighted," answered the Fox, "only I would rather that you began." "It is all the same to me," replied the Tortoise. "If you come round this way tomorrow, you will see that I have fulfilled my part of the bargain." So he looked about for a suitable place, and found a convenient hole at the foot of an orange tree. He crept into it, and the next morning the Fox heaped up the earth round him, and promised to feed him every day with fresh fruit. The Fox so far kept his word that each morning when the sun rose he appeared to ask how the Tortoise was getting on. "Oh, very well, but I wish you would give me some fruit," replied he. "Alas, the fruit is not ripe enough yet for you to eat," answered the Fox, who hoped that the Tortoise would die of hunger long before the 7 years were over. "Oh dear, oh dear, I am so hungry!" cried the Tortoise. "I am sure you must be, but it will be all right tomorrow," said the Fox, trotting off, not knowing that the oranges dropped down the hollow trunk straight into the Tortoise's hole, and that he had as many as he could possibly eat. So the 7 years went by, and when the Tortoise came out of his hole he was as fat as ever. Now it was the Fox's turn, and he chose his hole, and the Tortoise heaped the earth round, promising to return every day or two with a nice young bird for his dinner. "Well, how are you getting on?" he would ask cheerfully when he paid his visits. "Oh, all right. Only I wish you had brought a bird with you," answered the Fox. "I've been so unlucky. I've never been able to catch one," replied the Tortoise. "However, I shall be more fortunate tomorrow, I am sure." But not many tomorrows after, when the Tortoise arrived with his usual question, "Well, how are you getting on?" he received no answer, for the Fox was lying in his hole, quite still, dead of hunger. But this time the Tortoise was grown up, and was looked up to throughout the forest as a person to be feared for his strength and wisdom. But he was not considered a very swift runner, until an adventure with a deer added to his fame. One day, when he was basking in the sun, a stag passed by and stopped for a little conversation. "Would you care to see which of us can run fastest?" asked the Tortoise after some talk. The Stag thought the question so silly that he only shrugged his shoulders. Of course, The victor would have the right to kill the other," went on the Tortoise. "Oh, on that condition, I agree," answered the Deer. "But I'm afraid you're a dead man." "It is no use trying to frighten me," replied the Tortoise. "But I should like 3 days for training. Then I shall be ready to start when the sun strikes on the big tree at the edge of the great clearing." The first thing the Tortoise did was to call his brothers and his cousins together, and he posted them carefully under ferns all along the line of the great clearing, making a sort of ladder which stretched for many miles. This done to his satisfaction, he went back to the starting place. The Stag was quite punctual, and as soon as the sun's rays struck the trunk of the tree, the Stag started off, and was soon far out of sight of the Tortoise. Every now and then he would turn his head as he ran and call out, "How are you getting on?" And the Tortoise, who happened to be nearest at that moment, would answer, "All right, I'm close up to you." Full of astonishment, the Stag would redouble his efforts, but it was of no use. Each time he asked, "Are you there?" the answer would come, "Yes, of course. Where else should I be?" And the Stag ran and ran and ran until he could run no more, and dropped down dead on the grass. And the Tortoise, when he thinks about it, laughs still. But the Tortoise was not the only creature of whose trick stories were told in the forest. There was a famous monkey, who was just as clever and more mischievous, because he was so much quicker on his feet and with his hands. It was quite impossible to catch him and give him the thrashing he so often deserved, for he just swung himself up into a tree and laughed at the angry victim who was sitting below. Sometimes, however, the inhabitants of the forest were so foolish as to provoke him, and then they got the worst of it. This was what happened to the barber, whom the monkey visited one morning, saying that he wished to be shaved. The barber bowed politely to the customer, and begging him to be seated, tied a large cloth round his neck, and rubbed his chin with soap. But instead of cutting off his beard, the barber made a snip at the end of his tail. It was only a very little bit, and the monkey started up more in rage than in pain. "Give me back the end of my tail," he roared, "or I will take one of your razors." The barber refused to give back the missing piece, so the monkey caught up a razor from the table and ran away with it. And no one in the forest could be shaved for days, as there was not another to be got for miles and miles. As he was making his way to his own particular palm tree, where the coconuts grew, which were so useful for pelting passers-by, he met a woman who was scaling a fish with a bit of wood, for in this side of the forest a few people lived in huts near the river. "That must be hard work," said the monkey, stepping to look. "Try my knife. You will get on quicker." And he handed her the razor as he spoke. A few days later he came back and rapped at the door of the hut. "I've called for my razor," he said, when the woman appeared. "I have lost it," answered she. "If you don't give it to me at once, I will take your sardine," replied the monkey, who did not believe her. The woman protested she had not got the knife, so he took the sardine and ran off. A little further along he saw a baker who was standing at the door, eating one of his loaves. "That must be rather dry," said the monkey. "Try my fish." And the man did not need twice telling. A few days later the monkey stopped again at the baker's hut. "I've called for that fish," said he. "That fish? But I have eaten it!" exclaimed the baker in dismay. "If you have eaten it, I shall take this barrel of meal in exchange," replied the monkey, and he walked off with the barrel under his arm. As he went, he saw a woman with a group of little girls round her, teaching them how to dress hair. "Here is something to make cakes for the children," he said, putting down his barrel, which by this time he found rather heavy. The children were delighted, and ran directly to find some flat stones to bake their cakes on, and when they had made and eaten them, They thought they had never tasted anything so nice. Indeed, when they saw the monkey approaching not long after, they rushed to meet him, hoping that he was bringing them some more presents. But he took no notice of their questions. He only said to their mother, "I've called for my barrel of meal." "Why, you gave it to me to make cakes of," cried the mother. "If I can't get my barrel of meal, I shall take one of your children," answered the monkey. "I am in want of somebody who can bake my bread when I am tired of fruit, and who knows how to make coconut cakes." "Oh, leave me my child, and I will find you another barrel of meal," wept the mother. "I don't want another barrel. I want that one," answered the monkey sternly. And as the woman stood wringing her hands, he caught up the little girl that he thought the prettiest and took her to his home in the palm tree. She never went back to the hut, but on the whole she was not much to be pitied, for monkeys are nearly as good as children to play with, and they taught her how to swing and to climb, and to fly from tree to tree, and everything else they knew, which was a great deal. Now the monkey's tiresome tricks had made him many enemies in the forest, but no one hated him so much as the puma. The cause of their quarrel was known only to themselves, but everybody was aware of the fact, and took care to be out of the way when there was any chance of these two meeting. Often and often the puma had laid traps for the monkey, which he felt sure his foe could not escape, and the monkey would pretend that he saw nothing, and rejoice the hidden puma's heart by seeming to walk straight into the snare, when lo! a loud laugh would be heard, and the monkey's grinning face would peer out of a mass of creepers and disappear before his foe could reach him. This state of things had gone on for quite a long while, when at last there came a season such as the oldest parrot in the forest could never remember. Instead of 200 or 300 inches of rain falling, which they were all accustomed to, month after month passed without a cloud, and the rivers and springs dried up, so there was only one small pool left for everyone to drink from. There was not an animal for miles round that did not grieve over this shocking condition of affairs. Not one at least except for the puma. His only thought for years had been how to get the monkey into his power, and this time he imagined his chance had really arrived. He would hide himself in a thicket, and when the monkey came down to drink, and come he must, the puma would spring out and seize him. Yes, on this occasion there could be no escape. And no more there would have been if the puma had had greater patience. But in his excitement he moved a little too soon. The monkey, who was stooping to drink, heard a rustling, and turning, caught the gleam of 2 yellow murderous eyes. With a mighty spring he grasped a creeper which was hanging above him, and landed himself on the branch of a tree, feeling the breath of the puma on his feet as the animal bounded from its cover. Never had a monkey been so near death, and it was some time before he recovered enough courage to venture on the ground again. Up there in the shelter of the trees he began to turn over in his head plans for escaping the snares of the puma. And at length chance helped him. Peeping down to the earth, he saw a man coming along the path, carrying on his head a large gourd filled with honey. He waited till the man was just underneath the tree. Then he hung from a bough and caught the gourd while the man looked up wondering, for he was no tree climber. Then the monkey rubbed the honey all over him and a quantity of leaves from a creeper that was hanging close by. He struck them all close together into the honey, so that he looked like a walking bush. This finished, he ran to the pool to see the result, and quite pleased with himself, set out in search of adventures. Soon the report went through the forest that a new animal had appeared from no one knew where, and that when somebody had asked his name, the strange creature had answered that it was Jack in the Green. Thanks to this, The monkey was allowed to drink at the pool as often as he liked, for neither beast nor bird had the faintest notion who he was. And if they made any inquiries, the only answer they got was that the water, of which he had drunk deeply, had turned his hair into leaves, so that they all knew what would happen in case they became too greedy. By and by the great rains began again. The rivers and streams filled up, and there was no need for him to go back to the pool near the home of his enemy the puma, as there was a large number of places for him to choose from. So one night, when everything was still and silent, and even the chattering parrots were asleep on one leg, the monkey stole down softly from his perch, and washed off the honey and the leaves, and came out from his bath in his own proper skin. On his way to breakfast, he met a rabbit, and stopped for a little talk. "I'm feeling rather dull," he remarked. "I think it would do me good to hunt a while. What do you say?" "Oh, I'm quite willing," answered the rabbit, proud of being spoken to by such a large creature. "But the question is, what shall we hunt?" "There is no credit in going after an elephant or a tiger," replied the monkey, stroking his chin. "They are so big they could not possibly get out of your way. It shows much more skill to be able to catch a small thing that can hide itself in a moment behind a leaf. I'll tell you what. Suppose I hunt butterflies, and you serpents." The rabbit, who was young and without experience, was delighted with this idea, and they both set out on their various ways. The monkey quietly climbed up the nearest tree, and ate fruit most of the day, but the rabbit tired himself to death, poking his nose into every heap of dried leaves he saw, hoping to find a serpent among them. Luckily for himself, the serpents were all away for the afternoon, at a meeting of their own, for there is nothing a serpent likes so well for dinner as a nice plump rabbit. But as it was, the dried leaves were all empty, and the rabbit at last fell asleep where he was. Then the monkey, who had been watching him, fell down and pulled his ears, to the rage of the rabbit, who vowed vengeance. It was not easy to catch the monkey off his guard, and the rabbit waited long before an opportunity arrived. But one day Jack in the Green was sitting on the stone, wondering what he should do next, when the rabbit crept softly behind him and gave his tail a sharp pull. The monkey gave a shriek of pain and darted up into a tree, but when he saw that it was only the rabbit who had dared to insult him, he chattered so fast in his anger and looked so fierce that the rabbit fled into the nearest hole and stayed there for several days, trembling with fright. Soon after this adventure, the monkey went away into another part of the country, right on the outskirts of the forest, where there was a beautiful garden full of oranges hanging ripe from the trees. This garden was a favorite place for birds of all kinds, each hoping to secure an orange for dinner, and in order to frighten the birds away and keep a little fruit for himself, the master had fastened a waxen figure on one of the boughs. Now the monkey was as fond of oranges as any of the birds, and when he saw a man standing in the tree where the largest and sweetest oranges grew, he spoke to him at once. "You man," he said rudely, "throw me down that big orange up there, or I will throw a stone at you." The wax figure took no notice of this request, so the monkey, who was easily made angry, picked up a stone and flung it with all his force. But instead of falling onto the ground again, the stone stuck to the soft wax. At this moment a breeze shook the tree, and the orange on which the monkey had set his heart dropped from the bough. He picked it up and ate it every bit, including the rind, and it was so good he thought he should like another. So he called again to the wax figure to throw him an orange, and as the figure did not move, he hurled another stone, which stuck to the wax as the first had done. Seeing that the man was quite indifferent to stones, the monkey grew more angry still, and climbing the tree hastily, gave the figure a violent kick, but like the two stones, his leg remained stuck to the wax, and he was held fast. Let me go at once, or I will give you another kick," he cried, suiting the action to the word, and this time also his foot remained in the grasp of the man. Not knowing what he did, the monkey hit out, fist with one hand and then with the other, and when he found that he was literally bound hand and foot, he became so mad with anger and terror that in his struggles he fell to the ground, dragging the figure after him. This freed his hands and feet, but besides the shock of the fall, they had tumbled into a bed of thorns, and he limped away broken and bruised, and groaning loudly. For when monkeys are hurt, they take pains that everybody shall know it. It was a long time before Jack was well enough to go about again, but when he did, he had an encounter with his old enemy the puma, and this was how it came about. One day the puma invited his friends the stag to go with him and see a comrade who was famous for the good milk he got from his cows. The stag loved milk, and gladly accepted the invitation, and when the sun began to get a little low, the two started on their walk. On the way they arrived on the banks of a river, and as there were no bridges in those days, it was necessary to swim across it. The stag was not fond of swimming, and began to say that he was tired, and thought that after all it was not worth going so far to get milk, and that he would return home. But the puma easily saw through these excuses and laughed at him. "The river is not deep at all," he said. "Why, you will never be off your feet. Come, pluck up your courage and follow me." The stag was afraid of the river. Still, he was much more afraid of being laughed at, and he plunged in after the puma. But in an instant the current had swept him away, and if it had not borne him by accident to a shallow place on the opposite side, where he managed to scramble up the bank, he would certainly have been drowned. As it was, he scrambled out, shaking with terror, and found the puma waiting for him. "You had a narrow escape that time," said the puma. After resting for a few minutes to let the stag recover from his fright, they went on their way till they came to a grove of bananas. "They look very good," observed the puma with a longing glance, "and I am sure you must be hungry, friend stag. Suppose you were to climb the tree and get some. You shall eat the green ones, they are the best and the sweetest, and you can throw the yellow ones down to me. I dare say they will do quite well." The stag did as he was bid, though not being used to climbing, it gave him a deal of trouble and sore knees, and besides, his horns were continually getting entangled in the creepers. What was worse, when once he had tasted the bananas, he found them not at all to his liking, so he threw them all down, green and yellow alike, and let the puma take his choice. And what a dinner he made! When he had quite done, they set forth once more. The path lay through a field of maize, where several men were working. As they came up to them, the puma whispered, "Go on in front, Fred Stag, and just say, 'Bad luck to all workers.'" The stag obeyed, but the men were hot and tired, and did not think this a good joke. So they set their dogs at him, and he was obliged to run away as fast as he could. "I hope your industry will be rewarded as it deserves," said the puma as he passed along, and the men were pleased, and offered him some of their maize to eat. By and by the puma saw a small snake with a beautiful shining skin lying coiled up at the foot of the tree. "What a lovely bracelet that would make for your daughter, friend stag," said he. The stag stooped and picked up the snake, which bit him, and he turned angrily to the puma. "Why did you not tell me it would bite?" he asked. "Is it my fault if you are an idiot?" replied the puma. At last they reached their journey's end, but by this time it was late, and the puma's comrade was ready for bed. So they slung their hammocks in convenient places and went to sleep. But in the middle of the night the puma rose softly and stole out of the door to the sheepfold, where he killed and ate the fattest sheep he could find, and taking a bowl full of its blood, he sprinkled the sleeping stag with it. This done, he returned to bed. In the morning the shepherd went as usual to let the sheep out of the fold, and found one of them missing. He thought directly of the puma, and ran to accuse him of having eaten the sheep. "I, my good man? What had put into your head to think of such a thing? Have I got any blood about me? If anyone has eaten a sheep, it must be my friend the stag." Then the shepherd went to examine the sleeping stag, and of course he saw the blood. "Ah, I will teach you how to steal!" cried he, and he hit the stag such a blow on his skull that he died in a moment. The noise awakened the comrade above, and he came downstairs. The puma greeted him with joy, and begged he might have some of the famous milk as soon as possible, for he was very thirsty. A large bucket was set before the puma directly. He drank it to the last drop, and then took leave. On his way home he met the monkey. "Are you fond of milk?" asked he. "I know a place where you get it very nice. I will show you it if you like." The monkey knew that the puma was not so good-natured for nothing, but he felt quite able to take care of himself, so he said he should have much pleasure in accompanying his friend. They soon reached the same river, and as before, the puma remarked, "Friend monkey, you will find it very shallow. There is no cause for fear. Jump in and I will follow." "Do you think you have the stag to deal with?" asked the monkey, laughing. "I should prefer to follow. If not, I shall go no further." The puma understood that it was useless trying to make the monkey do as he wished, so he chose a shallow place and began to swim across. The monkey waited till the puma had got to the middle, then he gave a great spring and jumped on his back, knowing quite well that the puma would be afraid to shake him off, lest he should be swept away into deep water. So in this manner they reached the bank. The banana grove was not far distant, and here the puma thought he would pay the monkey out for forcing him to carry him over the river. "Friend monkey, look what fine bananas!" cried he. "You are fond of climbing. Suppose you run up and throw me down a few. You can eat the green ones, which are the nicest, and I will be content with the yellow." "Very well," answered the monkey, swinging himself up, but he ate all the yellow ones himself, and only threw down the green ones that were left. The puma was furious and cried out, "I will punch your head for that!" But the monkey only answered, "If you are going to talk such nonsense, I won't walk with you." And the puma was silent. In a few minutes more they arrived at the field where the men were reaping the maize, and the puma remarked as he had done before, "Friend monkey, if you wish to please this man, just say as you go by, 'Bad luck to all workers.'" "Very well," replied the monkey, but instead he nodded and smiled and said, "I hope your industry may be rewarded as it deserves." The man thanked him heartily, let him pass on, and the puma followed behind him. Further along the path they saw the shining snake lying on the moss. "What a lovely necklace for your daughter!" exclaimed the puma. "Pick it up and take it with you." "You're very kind, but I will leave it for you," answered the monkey, and nothing more was said about the snake. Not long after this they reached the comrade's house, and found him just ready to go to bed. So without stopping to talk, the guests slung their hammocks, the monkey taking care to place his so high that no one could get at him. Besides, he thought it would be more prudent not to fall asleep, so he only lay still and snored loudly. When it was quite dark and no sound was to be heard, the puma crept out to the sheepfold, killed the sheep, and carried back a bowl full of its blood, with which to sprinkle the monkey. But the monkey, who had been watching out of the corner of his eye, waited until the puma drew near, and with a violent kick upset the bowl all over the puma himself. When the puma saw what had happened, he turned in a great hurry to leave the house. But before he could do so, he saw the shepherd coming, and hastily lay down again. "This is the second time I have lost a sheep," the man said to the monkey. "It will be the worse for the thief when I catch him, I can tell you." The monkey did not answer, but silently pointed to the puma, who was pretending to be asleep. The shepherd stooped and saw the blood, and cried out, "Ah, so it is you, is it? Then take that!" And with a stick he gave the puma such a blow on the head that he died then and there. Then the monkey got up and went to the dairy and drank all the milk he could find. Afterwards he returned home and married, and that is the last we heard of him. End of section 28. Recording by Winna Hathaway in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Section 29 of the Brown Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Knights of the Fish. Once upon a time, there lived an old cobbler who worked hard at his trade from morning till night, and scarcely gave himself a moment to eat. But, industrious as he was, he could hardly buy bread and cheese for himself and his wife, and they grew thinner and thinner daily. For a long while they pretended to each other that they had no appetite, and that a few blackberries from the hedges were a great deal nicer than a good strong bowl of soup. But at length there came a day when the cobbler could bear it no longer, and he threw away his last, and borrowing a rod from a neighbor, he went out to fish. Now the cobbler was as patient about fishing as he had been about cobbling. From dawn to dark he stood on the banks of the little stream without hooking anything better than an eel, or a few old shoes, that even he, clever though he was, felt were not worth mending. At length his patience began to give way, and as he undressed one night he said to himself, "Well, I will give it one more chance, and if I don't catch a fish tomorrow I will go and hang myself." He had not cast his line for 10 minutes the next morning before he drew from the river the most beautiful fish he had ever seen in his life. But he nearly fell into the water from surprise, when the fish began to speak to him in a small squeaky voice. "Take me back to your hut and cook me, then cut me up and sprinkle me over with pepper and salt. Give 2 of the pieces to your wife and bury 2 more in the garden." The cobbler did not know what to make of these strange words, but he was wiser than many people, and when he did not understand, he thought it was well to obey. His children wanted to eat all the fish themselves, and begged their father to tell them what to do with the pieces he had put aside, but the cobbler only laughed, and told them it was no business of theirs, and when they were safe in bed he stole out and buried the 2 pieces in the garden. By and by 2 babies, exactly alike, lay in a cradle, and in the garden were 2 tall plants with 2 brilliant shields on the top. Years passed away, and the babies were almost men. They were tired of living quietly at home, being mistaken for each other by everybody they saw, and determined to set off in different directions to seek adventures. So, one fine morning, the 2 brothers left the hut, and walked together to the place where the great road divided. There they embraced and parted, promising that if anything remarkable had happened to either, he would return to the crossroads and wait till his brother came. The youth who took the path that ran eastwards arrived presently at a large city, where he found everybody standing at the doors, wringing their hands and weeping bitterly. "What is the matter?" asked he, pausing and looking round. and a man replied, in a faltering voice, that each year a beautiful girl was chosen by lot to be offered up to a dreadful fiery dragon, who had a mother even worse than himself, and this year the lot had fallen on their peerless princess. "But where is the princess?" said the young man once more, and again the man answered him, "She is standing under a tree, a mile away, waiting for the dragon." This time the Knight of the Fish did not stop to hear more, but ran off as fast as he could, and found the princess bathed in tears, and trembling from head to foot. She turned as she heard the sound of his sword, and removed her handkerchief from his eyes. "Fly," she cried, "fly while you have yet time, before that monster sees you." She said it, and she meant it, yet, when he had turned his back, she felt more forsaken than before, but in reality it was not more than a few minutes before he came back galloping furiously on a horse he had borrowed, and carrying a huge mirror across its neck. "I am in time, then," he cried, dismounting very carefully, and placing the mirror against the trunk of a tree. "Give me your veil," he said hastily to the princess, and when she had unwound it from her head he covered the mirror with it. "The moment the dragon comes near you, you must tear off the veil," cried he, "and be sure you hide behind the mirror. Have no fear, I shall be at hand." He and his horse had scarcely found shelter amongst the rocks, when the flap of the dragon's wings could be plainly heard. He tossed his head with delight at the sight of her, and approached slowly to the place where she stood, a little in front of the mirror. Then, still looking the monster steadily in the face, she passed one hand behind her back and snatched off the veil, standing behind the tree as she did so. The princess had not known, when she obeyed the orders of the Knight of the Fish, what she expected to happen. Would the dragon with snaky locks be turned to stone, she wondered, like the dragon in an old story her nurse had told her, or would some fiery spark dart from the heart of the mirror and strike him dead? Neither of these things occurred, but instead, the dragon stopped short with surprise and rage when he saw a monster before him as big and strong as himself. He shook his mane with rage and fury. The enemy in front did exactly the same. He lashed his tail and rolled his red eyes, and the dragon opposite was no whit behind him. Opening his mouth to its very widest, he gave an awful roar, but the other dragon only roared back. This was too much, and with another roar which made the princess shake in her shoes, he flung himself upon his foe. In an instant the mirror lay at his feet, broken into 1,000 pieces, but as every piece reflected part of himself, the dragon thought that he too had been smashed into atoms. It was the moment for which the Knight of the Fish had watched and waited, and before the dragon could find out that he was not hurt at all, the young man's lance was drawn down his throat, and he was rolling dead on the grass. Oh, what shouts of joy rang through the great city, when the youth came riding back, with the princess sitting behind him, and dragging the horrible monster by a cord. Everybody cried out that the king must give the victor the hand of the princess, and so he did. And no one had ever seen such balls and feasts and sports before, and when they were all over, the young couple went to the palace prepared for them, which was so large that it was 3 miles round. The first wet day after their marriage, the bridegroom begged the bride to show him all the rooms in the palace, and it was so big and took so long that the sun was shining brightly again before they stepped onto the roof to see the view. "What castle is that out there?" asked the knight. "It seems to be made of black marble." "It is called the Castle of Albatroz," answered the princess. "It is enchanted, and no one that has tried to enter it has ever come back." Her husband said nothing, and began to talk of something else. But the next morning he ordered his horse, took his spear, called his bloodhound, and set out for the castle. It needed a brave man to approach it, for it made your hair stand on end merely to look at it. It was as dark as the night of a storm, and as silent as the grave. But the Knight of the Fish knew no fear, and had never turned his back on an enemy, so he drew out his horn and blew a blast. The sound awoke all the sleeping echoes in the castle, and was repeated now loudly, now softly, now near, and now far. But nobody stirred for all that. "Is there anyone inside?" cried the young man in his loudest voice. "Anyone who will give a night hospitality? Neither governor, nor squire, not even a page?" "Not even a page!" answered the echoes. But the young man did not heed them, and only struck a furious blow at the gate. Then a small grating opened, and there appeared the tip of a huge nose, which belonged to the ugliest old woman that ever was seen. "What do you want?" said she. "To enter," he answered shortly. "Can I rest here this night? Yes or no?" "No, no, no!" repeated the echoes. Between the fierce sun and his anger at being kept waiting, the Knight of the Fish had grown so hot that he lifted his visor, and when the old woman saw how handsome he was, she began fumbling with the lock of the gate. Come in," said she. "So fine a gentleman will do us no harm." "Harm?" repeated the echoes, but again the young man paid no heed. "Let us go in, ancient dame," but she interrupted him. "You must call me the Lady Berberisca," she answered sharply, "and this is my castle, to which I bid you welcome. You shall live here with me and be my husband." But at these words the knight let his spear fall, so surprised was he. "I marry you? Why, you must be 100 at least," cried he. "You are mad. All I desire is to inspect the castle and then go." As he spoke he heard the voices give a mocking laugh, but the old woman took no notice, and only bade the knight follow her. Old though she was, it seemed impossible to tire her. There was no room, however small, she did not lead him into, and each room was full of curious things he had never seen before. At length they came to a stone staircase, which was so dark that you could not see your hand if you held it up before your face. "I have kept my most precious treasure till the last," said the old woman, "but let me go first, for the stairs are steep, and you might easily break your leg." So on she went, now and then calling back to the young man in the darkness, but he did not know that she had slipped aside into a recess, till suddenly he put his foot on a trapdoor, which gave way under him, and he fell down, as many good knights had down before him, and his voice joined the echoes of theirs. "So you would not marry me," chuckled the old witch. "Ha, ha, ha, ha!" Meanwhile his brother had wandered far and wide, and at last he wandered back to the same great city where the other young knight had met with so many adventures. He noticed, with amazement, as he walked through the streets, the guards drew themselves up in a line and saluted him, and the drummers played the royal march. But he was still more bewildered when several servants in livery ran up to him and told him that the princess was sure something terrible had befallen him, and had made herself ill with weeping. At last it occurred to him that once more he had been taken for his brother. "I had better say nothing," thought he. "Perhaps I shall be able to help him after all." So he suffered himself to be borne in triumph to the palace, where the princess threw herself into his arms. "And so you did go to the castle?" she asked. "Yes, of course I did," answered he. "And what did you see there?" "I am forbidden to tell you anything about it until I have returned there once more," replied he. "Must you really go back to that dreadful place?" she asked wistfully. "You're the only man who has ever come back from it." "I must," was all he answered, and the princess, who was a wise woman, only said, "Well, go to bed now, for I am sure you must be very tired." But the knight shook his head. "I have sworn never to lie in a bed as long as my work in the castle remains standing." And the princess again sighed, and was silent. Early next day the young man started for the castle, feeling sure that some terrible thing must have happened to his brother. At the blast of his horn, the long nose of the old woman appeared at the grating, but the moment she caught sight of his face, she nearly fainted from fright, as she thought it was the ghost of the youth whose bones were lying in the dungeon of the castle. "Lady of all the ages," cried the newcomer, "did you not give hospitality to a young knight but a short time ago?" "A short time ago!" wailed the voices. "And how have you ill-treated him?" he went on. "Ill-treated him!" answered the voices. The woman did not stop to hear more. She turned to fly, but the knight's sword entered her body. "Where is my brother, cruel hag?" asked he sternly. "I will tell you," said she, "but as I feel that I am going to die, I shall keep that piece of news to myself till you have brought me to life again." The young man laughed scornfully. "How do you propose that I should work that miracle?" "Oh, it is quite easy. Go into the garden and gather the flowers of the everlasting plant and some of dragon's blood. Crush them together and boil them in a large tub of water, and then put me into it." The knight did as the old witch bade him, and sure enough she came out quite whole, but uglier than ever. She then told the young man what had become of his brother, and he went down into the dungeon and brought up his body and the bodies of the other victims who lay there. And when they were all washed in the magic water, their strength was restored to them. And besides these, he found in another cavern the bodies of the girls who had been sacrificed to the dragon, and brought them back to life also. As to the old witch, in the end she died of rage at seeing her prey escape her, and at the moment she drew her last breath the castle of Albatroz fell into ruins with a great noise. End of The Knights of the Fish. End of the Brown Fairy Book by Andrew Lang.